Some of us have been on a tour of the wastewater treatment facility, and Councilman Martinson, I think, is just changing before joining us. So, and he's pretty quick, by the way, quick like Superman. All right. Welcome to Washington City Council workshop meeting. Today is April 13th, 2022. We're here in the Washington City Council chambers. This meeting is also being broadcast via YouTube Live, linked at washingtoncity.org/meetings. Item number 1, approval of the agenda. I'll call for a motion.
So moved, Mayor.
Motion by Coates.
I'll second that.
Second by Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so as we go through, I'm going to take maybe, if this first item or item number 2 takes more than 5 minutes, we've taken too long on it. Item 3 will take about 45 minutes. And then items 4 and 5 are our city attorney, Thad Sigmiller, and we'll leave about 35 minutes for that, and we'll adjourn at 5:30. So I will be watching the clock tonight. So item number 2 is Old Dixie Highway 91. Some of you may have noticed or heard that the Washington County Commissioners passed a resolution renaming Highway 91 to Old Dixie Highway 91, and that was an attempt to preserve, our unique Southern Utah heritage. And in talking with some of the commissioners, they likened the Old Dixie Highway 91 a little bit to like a Route 66 or some of those, iconic roads that people travel and enjoy, and they enjoy the beauty, but they also enjoy the historical nature of those. So if you look through the history of Highway 91, it not only passes up over Utah Hill, but it also a significant portion of that route was what is our modern day Telegraph, and then on into Hurricane City. If you look on some of the maps, you'll still see Old Highway 91 in some places. Certainly, we're not looking at in any way, shape, or form to change the name of Telegraph Street. But I did have some feedback from residents after the county passed the name change of Old Dixie Highway 91, if we might be interested and if the council would be willing to put up a few monument signs, and I see Steve's already got those up, to maybe one at each end of Telegraph Street, just to recognize and commemorate and be part of that Old Dixie Highway 91. I've had a little bit of conversation with some of you, but wanted to generally bring this forward to everyone to get feedback.
So I'll start to keep under our 5 minutes and be quick. So I looked at this first time I'm seeing this, and based on the conversation we had prior, I like the idea. I kind of am like, should we do a little more monumentation than just a road sign? It was one thought. I'm just throwing it out there. And my other thought is, why don't we use some of our wrap tax and make it an art feature? Not big, just small, instead of just a road sign. But I just threw it out there to think about.
Kind of like what you see going on when you go from Telegraph, cross under, and you're passing Albertsons, entering St. George right there by DI, where it says "Welcome to St. George." Mm-hmm. Something like that.
That's
maybe
too
not
big.
Too big.
That's too big in my mind. I'm thinking it's still a sign. I'm just saying maybe it's a little more fancier sign than just a standard placard. That's all I'm saying. Like
maybe something like that is also a little less confusing, right? With this is similar to a street sign, but
I don't want to confuse it with it is Telegraph. We need to keep it Telegraph, but I like the idea of having a little. And if it's more of a monument, it's like, hey, this was Old I-91, not this is Old Highway 91.
Yeah. I'm open to that. I just wanted to get your feedback and thoughts. I like what I like is recognizing the historical nature of Telegraph as Old Highway 91. And I like the fact that we can incorporate our heritage in using Dixie with that. So I'm open to other thoughts. Councilman Henderson?
Yes, I like that idea, and I like Craig's idea of making it maybe a little more substantial type sign, more of a monument. I do like that idea.
Great feedback on this side.
Where there is a lot of history, a lot of heritage, that is the original route of Highway 91. you know, when maybe if we do something bigger, we could work in the word historic. You know, that's the word that's synonymous with the old Route 66.
Yeah.
That it's historic, that it means something to us that live here, and for those of us that are old enough to remember the old Dixie Highway 91 two-lane road that would run all the way to Salt Lake. You know, so I certainly am in support of this.
I just met with the Washington City Historical Preservation Committee, and they talked about doing just this very thing of putting signs and plaques out and having it be a way to tell a story. And so I'm completely supportive of this, and kind of goes along with some of their goals too.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. This is great feedback. Maybe council with your blessing and your support, I'll reach back out to Public Works, to Mike Shaw, to have him look at, this is what by the way, this is kind of what the county has done on theirs. And I am not, I'm not totally, fixed on having it to be a monument like them. I could also be really happy with some sort of a, like a, maybe like a 2x2 or whatever size monument that's kind of placed in the ground. But I guess with this direction, this feedback, should we just kind of charge staff with bringing us back some options, or?
I think that's a good idea, and I want to make sure it's coming out of, like, that's why I wanted it more of an art, then we can apply for our RAP tax and use those funds for this, and I think that's appropriate on the RAP tax and not use the other funds, I guess, is where I'm at. My thought process, if we're going to go that road of making it a monument.
Yeah, I like the idea.
And not a big monument, just something.
Just a marker kind of.
Yeah.
Well, and if it's going to be something where somebody can walk to, I like where Councilmember Casper was going with telling a story. Maybe there's a QR code on it that links them to a page on our website that tells the story of old Dixie Highway 91.
Yeah.
And so we're trying to incorporate the historical society and all of that.
Where there's a little bit of an educational component.
Mhm.
Sometimes you'll see those monuments and they'll have a little bit of a brass template there with a little bit of verbiage. This is excellent feedback. Really appreciate that. If you don't mind, I'll kind of take that and run with it a little bit and then just kind of report back as we make some progress. Great. Thanks, council. Any staff input on that? We're good. Okay, let's move on to item number 3. This is our fiscal year 2022 to 2023, which starts July 1 and ends June 30, for the fiscal year budget preliminary review. And we'll look to City Manager Jeremy Redd and our Finance Director Brian Brown. You have about 45 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. As Brian has done a tremendous amount of work on the budget, and he loves to present, we'd like to have Brian do the bulk of the presentation, and I'll just pitch in and be the Ed to his Johnny. Is that an old reference now? Is that a bad? Okay. You don't even know?
I don't even know what you're talking about. So.
Anyone, or is this just his?
Oh, come on.
No.
While Brian's pulling that up, I will just really commend the effort of the staff. I'll let you know a little bit how this came about. We started the first of the year working on the budget. Of course, this budget begins in July, but we start 6 months before that, meeting with the departments, going over their needs. I think they did a really good job this year of bringing us needs, not wants. So we try to get them everything they need, and maybe some of the things they want if we have the ability to do so. We met with each department individually in-person meetings, which I think was helpful for us to really get an idea of what they needed and how they're running their departments budget-wise. And then I will tell you, Brian has spent a tremendous amount of time getting us to this point on the budget itself. So he really deserves a lot of credit as well, but good team effort on this. So go ahead.
So this is, like Mayor Staley said, this is the budget for fiscal year 22 to 23, which starts July 1st, 22 and ends June 30th, 23. A lot of times in finance, we'll just call this fiscal year 23. It's just that we just try to simplify it. And the budget, I sent you a lot of information. I hope you like the 50-page one with a bunch of numbers. But we do present you with a balanced budget with respect to revenues and expenses. as we started the budget, we did make some budget, here, we'll go over some of the budget assumptions. So for the building permits, we're estimating there'll be 263 north of the river and 395 south of the river. When we started the budget, we increased all the operating expenses by 4% to adjust for inflation. And then the other thing we have looked at in the prior years is the percent coverage for the community center and golf course. So traditionally, when we start the budget, we kind of gave the community center a goal to hit the minimal coverage ratio of 58%, and golf course the minimal coverage rate of 80%. And as you can see, in fiscal year 21, the community center was at 62%, and the 5-year average was at 65%. And I went and looked at this budget, and they're actually at 59% coverage on this current budget. Golf course, last fiscal year 21 was absolutely the best year we've ever had. They actually exceeded the coverage, so they were at 103%. So, and then their average over the 5-year was 81%. And I looked at this year's budget, and they're at 90% coverage. So they're above those trends. Another thing that we have done is we're moving the irrigation fund into the water fund. And the reason why we're doing this is so that all the water activities are together in the same fund. So we have water treatment, water distribution, we'll now have water irrigation. They'll still all have their same different GL codes so we can track it, but they'll all just be under the one fund.
Are we going to rename it Water and Irrigation Fund, or are we just keeping it Water
It'll
Fund?
just be water fund, what it is now. But each one will have its own subcategory, GL. So here's a summary of that big 50-page document I sent
Brian,
you.
can I ask you a question before you leave that slide? Sorry, I didn't know when you were going to be done. You asked the increased operational expenses by 4% to adjust for inflation.
Mm-hmm.
The current rate in Utah right now is at 10%. Have we accounted for any more than that in other budget openings, or is that our only consideration for inflation?
So we did it at 4%, and we started. Prior to this, we've always done 3%, so we felt 4% would be enough. But if we have to, we can look at addressing in budget openings.
So some of the items might end up over 4%, but there are other items that aren't subject to inflation, different contracts and things that we have. And so we think that within the departments, there will be enough that we can account for some of the line items being more and some less. But
Yeah,
it's a tough one to pick the right number. But we took this for all of the expense categories, except we'll talk a little bit about payroll and some of the others that we know will be higher. We looked at some.
Yeah, I appreciate that. You know, it's one thing I always remember about inflation is it's taxation without legislation, and it acts as the same for us, and so we need to be aware of those factors. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And that's like the city manager said, that's something we'll have to address. Some line items of inflation may affect more. Like when I look through my budget, the finance budget generally probably 4% will cover it, but there may be line items that we will have to address, especially when it comes to some of especially if it's involved with supply chain issues. Those are the big ones that everyone's having problems
So
with.
the council just needs to be aware that there could be some adjustment of this going forward once it's deemed necessary.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so moving forward, here's just a brief summary. So in this column right here, the 21-22, that's the current budget, and then here's the proposed budget. So we have the general fund. You can see that. So actually, the current budget's $102 million, and then we're proposing a $120 million budget. Now, the increase is largely due to an increase in planned capital projects. And just to go down, I realized after I sent this, some of these, I'll kind of go over some of these real quick. The RAP taxes, we account for it all separate in its own fund. The WCF, we have a foundation, and I probably should just put foundation. We have debt service. There's no budget in that one because we've actually paid off the road revenue, and we will be paying, if we pay off the sales tax bond that was proposed, in that one, we'll have no debt service. The MBA, I sent you a brief summary of that just to explain it. The CCS SD is the Coral Canyon Special District. Then we have the capital projects, and then all the enterprise funds. And as I said, the irrigations budget of $112,000 will actually move up into the water fund. And there you can see the percentages of the budget, where you can see the general fund is about a quarter of all that. And moving on, like I said, capital outlay accounts for a majority of the increase. It's actually fiscal year 22. So comparing last year's capital outlay to this year we're estimating 56 million in capital outlay. When you compare that last year, it's about $15 million more. So like I said, that accounts for a majority of the budget increase. Now we'll go drill more into the general fund. So here we have categories for the revenue, expenses, and the revenue and expenses. As you can see, taxes are a majority of what we receive for the funding for the general fund. I'm not going to talk about it right now because I have the next slide goes more depth into taxes. And then the license and permits, that includes your grants, your Class C road fund, your liquor fund allotment, your intergovernment, that was your intergovernment, your charges for services, everything like your golf course, your community center, plan check fees for the community development, recycle fees, and solid waste. The fines and forfeitures, that's mainly core. And then revenue, miscellaneous revenue, we receive dividend checks from PHP, so those kind of items would fall into miscellaneous revenue. And there's some line items, the one that's negative 670%, that's tied to fund balance. And another thing I need to mention is, in the past, we used to budget the sales tax highway in the general fund. So in the past, we got used to, we just budgeted in there the revenue, then we turn around and do an expense to transfer it out, and then we transfer it and do another revenue to the capital streets project. And we're like, why are we doing all this? So we just eliminated all those transfers and revenues in the general fund, and we're putting it straight into the streets, capital streets, because that's where it ended up eventually. We were doing one journal entry and it's just ending up there. So we're like, let's just take it out of the budget, put it in one place, and be done with it. And I'll show that in the next slide. And so that's mainly what the fund balance and the sales tax for the highway are mainly where you see the 670 is tied to that, and also the negative 92. It's because we changed how we account for that, and we don't need to budget. We're budgeting straight into the capital streets project. So like I said, taxes make up the majority of everything. So the 85% of the general fund revenue in this taxes category comes from property tax, sales tax, and energy tax. As you can see here, this is the current year 21-22 budget, and this is a proposed. So the property tax, we see 11% increase. We estimate 11% increase. On sales tax, it's at 6. Now you have to remember that's what's budgeted. So it shows us 20% increase, but at the actual amount, we're estimating more to be about 7.6 million. So, and as I know we had a graph that we see about a 10% increase in sales tax every year. So that falls more in line with what our graph is.
Yeah, let me explain that a little bit. We budgeted 6.9 million last year, but we're going to be over that, what really came in versus what we budgeted. And so taking that into account and then projecting forward, we end up with another 12%, but that ends up 20 when you combine those two together, if that makes sense.
And then here's that highway or sales tax highway. Last year we budgeted 1.8. So we were budgeting that general fund, then we'd turn around, transfer it, and then we'd turn them and budget it in the capital projects. So we're just going to, it's removed from this line because we're just going to budget that straight to capital projects as revenue. And so that's budgeted over in the capital projects for street at right around $2 million. So that's the majority where the general fund receives its funding from, is these categories in the taxes. And outside the general fund, we have the enterprise funds, and I provided just a summary of the revenue expenses for these. So you can see the personnel, operating expenses, capital outlay, and the debt service and depreciation. So to go over pay adjustments. So in 2016, council adopted pay for performance, and this is kind of the matrix they adopted. And what really changes on the pay for performance is this base multiplier. So with this base multiplier, we recommend it at 3%. And so by recommending that, what happens is every year we go through a performance evaluation. So if someone receives a 3 to 3.59, they would receive 3% on this base performance. They receive a score of 3.6 to 4, they'd receive 4.5%. They receive a 4.1 to 4.59, they'd receive a 6%, and then the 4.6 to 5.0 on their evaluation, they'd receive a 7.5%. Last year, this base multiplier, we set at 2, and we have 3 criteria we look at for inflation, and so we felt we should put it at 3% this year. So,
Are we still comfortable with this matrix? I might ask Jeremy what his thoughts are on it. I don't know. You'd have to tell us your experience. Now you've been here a little bit to what you think of it.
Yeah, no, I'm still comfortable with the concept. Absolutely. I think we've been through last year and possibly this year an area of higher inflation, especially in wages. But the concept of the pay for performance, I still really like. And I think it helps our employees to understand that their pay increases are tied not only to sort of a base percentage, but to the way they do their jobs as well.
But do we ever, like certain positions ever cap out and they can't get these percentages? Just based on their job title only allows them to go this far without additional. I'm just wondering if there's a cap on top of that.
I'm gonna let Ruth tell you because I need her to talk a little bit too.
I just think that based on the economic impact that we're seeing right now, that is not going to be a problem. I can see that.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just asking the question, is this the right model moving forward? Because we are seeing such inflation and it's hard to get staffing just to get people to live here. I mean, Washington City is becoming one of the most expensive places in the county to live. So is there a better route? I'm just asking. I'm not critiquing because I have no idea.
I get it, and I like the model myself also. And the reason why I think it serves its purpose is that we could go out and we could do a cost of living. We could just do a flat across the board cost of living. The problem we ran into before we came to a model was that you have good employees and you have some that aren't quite as good employees. And when you say we're doing a cost of living and everyone's getting a 5% increase, those that are working really hard take offense to the fact that the one that's slacking gets the same percentage of increase that they do. So this model takes into consideration cost of living and performance together, and then those that are working really hard will have a higher performance score and will be rewarded more than those that are just meeting expectations. If you're just meeting expectations, you're automatically going to get the base multiplier. You want to come to work and just do your job, that's great. You want to have goals and be your top leaders, then those are where you expand beyond and have a higher percentage of increase.
So I guess my question stems from, what if you have an employee that's been here a long time, strives hard, but just doesn't, and maybe it doesn't happen because they get
Stagnant.
promoted, but they work up to a point and then all of a sudden they have a supervisor that's making less than them. And there's that conflict there that with the supervisor. I'm just wondering if we've ever come across that.
Haven't come across that.
Okay.
Usually we have kind of a mathematical equation of what a supervisor should make in addition to their subordinates. So we look at those things when we're bringing in a new hire, and if we're coming in and we're negotiating and we have to bring them in at a higher rate, we look at that supervisor to see, do we need to make an equity adjustment on that as well, so that we don't have that lopsidedness. We do have that fairness and consistency as well.
Ruth, would you share the process of who the evaluators are and what that criteria just looks like?
Sure. So every full-time employee does an evaluation. Their direct supervisor are the appraisers who will go in and do those evaluations on them. The supervisors are then reviewed by the department heads. So they go through and they do the score, but the ultimate final scoring would come back down to the department head. The department head will review what those scores were. And that also eliminates when you were saying maybe you have a supervisor that's picking on an employee or they feel like they're being picked on. That department head can intervene and say, I feel like this is a fair evaluation on you for these following reasons. Or they can say, I think maybe you were a little stern, so can you go back and readdress and revisit again, and they can have the ability to change that score through that communication. And that's what I like, is there's a lot of dialogue that takes place with the evaluation, to where the employee should know by the time they get to the evaluation part, they should know if they're succeeding and meeting those expectations. If they're not, then they're placed on corrective action plans prior to receiving these scores. If they are not performing, if someone scores below that 3%, they're placed on a corrective action. We don't hire to fire people, so we want them to be successful. So if they're below a 3, we want to help them, work with them, corrective action plan to get them where we want them to be a model employee, to stay, retain, and work for Washington City. So that's kind of the theory behind our matrix, but we do take into consideration the equity adjustments with the higher ups. And like I said, with the market and the economy driving the way it is, there could be some additional conversation on these numbers that we're looking at right now if things keep driving upward as they have continued to be the last 6 months.
Are the employees included in the dialogue from the initial
Yes. So
evaluation? So
they
they sit down, they have an interview, and it's a give and take. And
they meet with that they have that, sign on the bottom line. And if they say, I don't agree with this, they continue to work out their differences. Sometimes they have a good argument, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's changed, sometimes it's not. But they are part of that. Like I said, they sit down and they know what they're being evaluated on. They know what their scores are. They've had that conversation with the department head. They know where they fall within the score. They know what their percentages will be. We share that matrix. There's nothing to hide with that.
how often does that happen? Once a year?
Every year.
Once a year?
Also part of that same mate or that same performance, the employee actually evaluates themselves prior to the supervisor doing an evaluation.
Cool.
They're part of the process the entire way through.
Which is good. I mean, sometimes our employees put themselves at a 5 and maybe they're a 3, so that's why you can kind of compromise.
That would raise their average though, right?
No, because their scores are just for communication purposes only.
Just kidding.
Thank you, Ruth.
All right, so that summarizes the pay for performance and the pay adjustments that were proposed in this budget. The next one is health insurance premiums. So when I came from healthcare before. I worked in healthcare before, and when I came to Washington City, one of the things I am grateful for is the health insurance coverage that Washington City has provided, because even working in healthcare, I mean, we didn't have the best coverage, and it was a great benefit. And since I've been here, I've really enjoyed working with the provider, and because there's some providers you don't even want to work with, and they've always handled the issues and taken care of everything. So we're with PHP, and our proposed rate increase for this year is 1%. Now, this is, to me, is super low. PHP's average this year was 6% increase. And so when I was out in the industry, we saw an average of 10% increase a lot of times. So, but there's even better news than this. That 1%, part of what PHP does is they give us a dividend check. So last year we received a dividend check for $157,000. So if you apply that back, we actually end up with an overall negative 3% decrease on our insurance coverage. So that's where we'll be with insurance. It's 1%, but with the dividend, it actually drops it down.
Brian, and I might just add too that the longevity with which Washington City's been with PHP really helps with those actuary figures that determines our rate. So, and it is a great plan. It's a great benefit to our employees.
Yeah, because I've heard of people switch and trying to come back, and they're not so nice on you when you come back. So, and then the next slide we'll talk about is, these are the additional positions that were budgeted in this tentative budget. There's some, so most of them were full-time. There's two exceptions. This building maintenance is part-time to moving from part-time to full-time, and this community center events coordinator is part-time to full-time. One other thing I need to make, the item I sent out, I had this GIS as Public Works and Power. That was my mistake. It should just be Public Works. So on your original document, it said Public Works and Power, but it's really just Public Works for that. So these are the positions and amounts that were budgeted for in this budget.
So Brian, maybe this is Jeremy, but have we filled the positions from last year?
We've filled most of the positions from last year, yes.
So are any of these positions on this list in addition to the ones we still need? Like if we have a handful here and there?
Yeah, they're all in addition to the ones that are still open from last year. So for instance, you see here, police officer, we budget 3. They asked if they could add one early, and they haven't filled that position yet. So they'll end up with a net increase of 3, but we only need to budget for 2 more because of the way that the budgeting works. But these are all in addition to that. And there are times that we find that we don't need a position that we needed before, and we'll collapse that position. But these are all additional.
And the employee costs, these are their salaries, or does this include salaries and insurance?
This is
Fully
salary
loaded.
benefits.
Fully loaded with benefits, insurance.
And then these costs and account for, did they meet the market rate so we can get these employees?
Yes. And that's
So
the goal.
That's been evaluated.
That's
at
the goal.
least.
Yes. Every one of these, what happens is the departments make their request, and then if we already have the position, like a police officer or a firefighter, then we already have the market rate. If we don't, then Ruth goes out and works with personnel systems to evaluate and come up with a market rate for that employee for a new position.
Quick.
Brian, I remember in years past, we've been able to get some grants for firefighters and maybe other positions. I'm sure that's been explored. And if there are any opportunities for grant money on new hires?
I know we've had applied this for the SAFER grant, and we've received that.
That's right, in the past.
I'm not for sure if they've applied for that.
Yeah, we'll always look into that, and if we do, then it would help
offset.
decrease,
Great.
I know they applied for. I know they try and apply it because we received it 1 year, and then we went to 3 years, and then they applied again and received it. So I'm pretty sure they're.
It just sometimes helps with those initial onboarding costs as our budget grows into the service that we need now.
Are these positions entry level for the most part? The reason I ask is that, let's say that in the police department, if we are going to hire 2 officers and we have someone within the department that could be promoted, and then of course bringing in 2 entry level officers, is there accounting for that raise that might mean more money for the officer to be promoted?
So these are always new entry level officers, but then as other positions come available, then they're able to move in. She can explain.
With all of our open positions, we post them at the entry level, like a police officer 1 or a firefighter 1. If we have a police officer 3 apply, we're going to hire them. And we'll just go into that, we just increase that wage to the going rate of a level 3.
I would hope there'd be that flexibility.
Yeah, so we don't just keep it at, we're looking for a 1. If we can find a 3, we'll take a 3. And that's Public Works, Fire, Police.
But if we publish it that way, are we going to get not the right applicant looking? Or do we word it a way that says that we're open to more experience, just the minimum experience?
We post all of those levels. So when we post the police officer, we're posting a level 1, 2, and 3. And we always say that lateral moves considered. And so they're looking and they can see what the rates are for each one of those individual categories. So if they fall into a 1 and apply, great. If they're a 3, they know what the going rate is going to be for a 3 as well. We do that again on all the level positions.
And just while we're on the subject, I think you kind of mentioned if somebody is a police officer 1 and they've met the requirements to be a police officer 2, there's not necessarily an opening for that, but the chief or the fire chief will come and say, this person now meets this requirement, and they'll receive that adjustment whenever they meet that requirement. It doesn't require an open position. As soon as they're ready and they've qualified, then they're moved.
I'll just, Brian, if you want to come back, I'll just make a quick comment that as I've reviewed this and looked at this, I think we all recognize here that there are certainly more needs than are just listed on here. And I like the fact that this is a good cross section of our city. And so it looks like that, everything was considered and while we couldn't, bring forward everything in the budget, I think this is a good representation of some of the needs that we have.
Yeah, it's when we looked at everything across the board. What was we asked them what were your needs, what are your true needs. We wanted to address those and make sure, because we are a growing city, we want to make sure we're meeting the needs of our city.
So I look at this list and I see we've hit a lot, but I'm concerned we don't have, I know we need positions in public works, are we not? And we have the GIS, but that's not, is there any more in public? That's one of our biggest departments, minus the parks. Parks is huge, but I'm just wondering if public works needs some other, it might be on the verge of a need of a want. I don't know. I just, there's not a public works here except the GIS, which is not like a field person or.
We filled every position that was requested by Public Works. And Mike could probably talk to it a little bit, but
I just want to make sure we're good because this was a lot of employees we're asking for, but I know Public Works helps out a lot of those other departments too sometimes. And so I just want to make sure we have to be able to help them if we can.
There's the 2 water positions. There's the water operated treatment. Those fall under Public Works.
Yeah, I guess. I was just thinking like the public works that aren't under the water are usually doing other stuff, streets, and those just kind of morph into helping a lot of other departments. And we appreciate that Public Works does that. We just want to make sure they have their staffing they need too. So, but if you guys are comfortable, then we'll let Mike speak.
Mike Shaw, Public Works Director. We're comfortable. We'd rather not be overstaffed. We're handling things just fine the way we are, and that's why we ask for what we ask for.
Okay.
Maybe next year.
I'm glad we got you staffed up this last year.
Working on it still.
And just sort of to the mayor's point, I think we had 28 full-time employee requests and we were able to fill 15. So especially in the general fund, we're always limited as well with the budget and the money that's coming in. But so there are probably a few more needs that aren't on here, but our departments do a wonderful job of, once we're able to sit down with them and say, this is what we can give you, they say, we'll do the best we can with what we have. And they'll do that. So I think it's a real credit to them as well. I wouldn't say that we've certainly filled every need, but we're going to make sure that we have what we absolutely need to get by.
All right, Brian, we've got about 15 more minutes.
So the next steps, I have one more slide. So the next steps, we'll bring the tentative budget on April 27th for your approval, and then we'll set the public hearing and adoption budget for May 25th. And if you have any questions about the budget and want to schedule a review, you can contact Jeremy. So other than that, does anybody have any questions?
In that review, are we going to go over a lot of our increase was capital projects? I'm not saying to do it tonight. I think maybe we should discuss some of those capital projects in that review next time. That makes sense, Jeremy.
We can certainly do that if you'd like to, because really what we've given you tonight and then the items that you have here are the budget that we're proposing. We might make a few tweaks based on conversations and questions, but we can certainly spend the time on whatever you'd like to. So if you'd like to have the different departments go through their capital.
And
that would
maybe
be
it's
okay.
just I need to meet with you and understand. It's more of understanding what they are is what I'm after, but maybe it's something we can do at a different time too.
And I think the individual review is really good for that, where you have an interest there, rather than maybe other things that other people are interested in. So
I'd like to share just 2 cents on that as well. The capital projects, we understand them because that's our business to understand them. But to some citizens, they might recognize that it just is an increase in operational budget. So detailing that and helps people to understand exactly what our budget is and what the capital expenditures are and how they're budgeted within the general budget. So I think that'd be very wise to detail that.
yeah, we have that 5-year plan, and most of those things I think the council's aware of. I guess I just want to know how deep you want to get into it. We could spend a lot of time going over each project and what it's going to do if.
I don't think that's necessary, Jeremy. I just think that we just need to identify that this amount of our general budget is the capital projects
Yeah.
and what they are. I don't think it's
Just
getting
looking
into
for
the
more
weeds.
of a breakdown, right?
Just a
Like,
breakdown to show
here's
what,
general fund, this goes to this, their capital projects is this. It just helps to explain to constituents that when they look at, if you just look at the bottom number every year is how I look at it.
Yeah.
We went from 80 million to 100 million, now to 120 million this year. Those are big jumps in 3 years. And I know everything's up and sales tax up and revenues up and we can afford to do it, which is good. I'm glad we're in that situation that we can do it. But just to explain that it's not just us increasing the budget to spend money. It's because we're a growing city and we need and break it down. So I appreciate that maybe. And the graph does a good job of it too that you show, Brian.
just a real simple graph.
I have that
Would work.
5-year plan if you want me to pull it up. It's up
I don't think, I wasn't expecting to
We'll
know.
bring it for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
That's
just
good
point out
feedback.
too that certainly part of that increase in budget is capital projects. I mean, I look at, for example, just in our streets capital projects, we're close to $5 million in additional streets capital projects just to keep up with the growth. So that's a big component. And then there's not only the component of capital projects, but there are also our enterprise funds. So if you look at, water is up 2 million year over year, and we just operate that as a utility. So what comes in, the cost of it, what goes out, and you look at our electric fund is up almost 3 million if you round. And so, there's with just the streets fund capital projects and 2 of our enterprise funds, there's about $10 million worth of the year over year increase. So certainly with the exponential growth, we've been prudent, we've saved, we're being intentional with the capital projects, but also we're continuing to provide the services that are necessary, from water to sewer to to electric and power and storm drain. And so each of those just will naturally increase as our population increases.
So I mentioned that the capital outlay was up about 15 million, but if you look right here, the MBA makes up 10 million of that for the Wills Park that they're planning.
So there's the other half of the increase. Yeah. Any further questions for our city manager or finance director before we move on to the next item? Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Ruth, and those who have presented, and really appreciate all of your preparation. Okay, we'll move on to item 4, which is Firework Locations, and our city attorney, Thad Sigmiller, will go over that.
Thank you, Mayor, and hello, members of the council. I've got items 4 and 5, so I'm gonna try and be prepared with those. I'm gonna give those 10 minutes to Chief Evans, if we need it. We're starting on fire. I'm not seeing that it's playing me up there.
That was
so-
figuratively, not literally, right?
Yeah, not literally. So last year was a drought year and the fireworks discussion got heightened. I don't know why that's, there we go. And so we recognized that it's important for us as a city to stay out ahead of our fireworks planning. State law, the legislature fully regulates the area of fireworks. and the state law states that. Essentially, our state is closed to fireworks per state statute, except for certain holidays that the legislature has indicated. Words are tough right now. It was that treatment plant visit. I'm still getting the synapses connecting the right places. And those are the predictable holidays: July 24th, July 4th, and then New Year's and Chinese New Year's. Other than that, our state is closed to all fireworks, and the state regulates everything about them. State law also indicates within a section of the fire code that a municipal legislative body may close certain areas to ignition sources. And so it could be fireworks, it could be chainsaws, whatever we think is an ignition source. Tonight is fireworks. When there's concerns such as mountainous, brush covered, forest covered, dry grass covered within the boundaries of washes, ravines, and wildland urban interface. And so Washington City has had a tradition of complying with the fire code provision that allows us to close certain areas. We've probably been doing this for more than 10 years. One thing that's relevant is frequently the public commentary about fireworks doesn't start till about mid-June. And state statute requires that our map be submitted to the county by May in order to close that. And so you'll see here's our map from 2021. Start down at the legend. You'll notice first that all areas within 200 feet of any combustible structure, fence, vegetation, or vehicle are closed no matter what. And then you'll notice the legend gives the city limits, and then all of the red hashing are closed to fireworks. And so the whole city is closed to fireworks all year except for 23rd, 24th, 25th, 3rd, 4th, 5th, New Year's, Chinese New Year's. And so this is really only applying during those small windows that the state allows fireworks. And the red are the areas that we have closed in 2021 because of the city council's findings that these are areas that are close to dry grass, wildland urban interface, or other fire risk concerns. And so I bring this to you for two reasons. The first is if you wish to amend this or change it, we need to accomplish that and give it to the county by May 1st to amend this. All right. The other is just so that you're apprised of this city's position on state law about fireworks and fireworks closures and how we as a legislative body get to manage the fireworks concerns within our city.
Is there any reason to amend it?
I would defer to Chief Evans on that, but as he and I have talked, we aren't recommending amendment this year, but we recognize with 3 new members, we certainly are open to address whatever concerns the council has and do what we can to help those.
Would he like to come up?
While he's coming up, let me talk a little bit about the political issue that happened last year, just to be pretty frank about it. Cities do not have the ability to close the entire city to fireworks, and our council didn't mention that, but we went through that last year. The state does not allow us to close the entire city to fireworks, but a few of the communities near us did that last year, and Washington City remained open in the areas that you see for the dates that he mentioned, and it worked out really well. Our residents were able to do their celebration. It was safe. But I think it's important to know that we've gone through this process, because we'll get the same thing in June. People will come and say, why in the world are there fireworks stands? Why in the world are we allowing this? And we've gone through the process, and we only allow it really in the areas that are subdivisions that don't have the dry grass. So that's just some of the political side of what happened last year.
Yeah, and the map really didn't change much last year. We may have brought it in a street all the way around, but for the most part, it's really been the same map every year. So we haven't made any changes. The changes we've made really have been as areas have developed. So as the neighborhood really goes in, then we'll open up the neighborhood and we'll push it to the outside of the neighborhood. This past year, and really, to be honest, the conditions weren't any worse last year than they are every year in July in southern Utah. We really don't have a fire season. Some of our wildland fires that we had in last year actually were happening in the 1st of January. and they were running up the hillsides and all sorts of stuff. So, but the only problems that we had last year, and we had 7 or 8 fires each night, the night before and the night after, and they were all in that red area. There wasn't anything that any problems that we had that wasn't really restricted. So we don't really feel like there's any need to shrink it down at all as far as it goes. And as was stated, we have to give them somewhere to do it. Some choose to shrink that down to one area, and they put everybody in one spot. And as we talked even last year, we kind of felt that that's creating a whole different kind of problem. Now you have a whole bunch of people that don't know each other, and everybody's shooting off fireworks, and can get a little interesting. So,
do we have a time limit? Because I'm about tired of hearing them at 2 in the morning that night.
2
Only
seconds.
because my dog is out of control. And
there is a time limit. So the nights before has to be over by 11, and then on those proper nights before and after, it's midnight. And so, yes, there's a time limit. It usually starts to quiet down pretty close to that. But honestly, both police and fire don't have units available most of the night on those nights because of fireworks, whether it's noise problems or all the other stuff going on. But it's an annual thing, so it's just part of the deal.
Chief, as you and our attorneys have mentioned, this can be an issue that gets a little bit politicized. There are some that think this is too restrictive, and there's others who would maybe say this is too generous. If I'm hearing you correctly, if the council's hearing you correctly, this seems to be a pretty good balance, and you felt good with it last year.
Yeah, and we think it worked fine last year. Like I said, we did have a number of fires, but none of them were in our open area. They were all in the area where they shouldn't have been.
And you felt like with this map, you're able to keep our firefighters safe to the extent that of the job that they do.
Yeah, for sure.
So are there any strong thoughts or opinions or guidance from the council?
I think it worked good last year. My only question is if they are, I mean, are those people cited when they light them in those areas, or is it a stiff?
It's really weird, but by the time we get there, or the police department get there, there's nobody left. So even in the middle of a park with people standing around, lighting the freeway off, they're like, they went that way. So, but if we get to them, and some of them we were able to track down, and of course law enforcement takes over and takes care of that problem. And yeah, we issue them a citation. Same thing if they're after hours or on the wrong days. We typically issue them citations.
Great.
Maybe you could just go camping, get away from all the.
Light them off there so the forest can burn down.
No, I was saying for your dog, if you're like.
Oh no! My dog's scared of everything, so it doesn't matter. But
The state can close it, so in most camping spots, they're not allowed to do it. That's the interesting piece about the rule, is the state gives itself the authority to close it in all state lands, but they don't give jurisdictions the ability to completely close it.
Well, I like fireworks, and I think it's fun, and it is scary with the drought we're in, but I like that we're limiting it to neighborhoods where the least risk can happen. So I appreciate the map, and I'm all for moving forward.
The rest of the council in agreement with that?
Yeah.
Thanks, Chief. Anything else, Thad?
Well, just a couple comments. Councilman Coates, the time limits are state-based, so the state law determines how late you can light your fireworks into the night on those openings. And so really we're limited here to just where they can do it because of environmental hazards.
Okay, so I'll just call you at 2 in the morning, let you know the neighbors are shooting them off.
I'll receive that complaint and forward it to the right location.
Receive that complaint the next morning.
I also have a dog that's in my bed for 2 nights a year, and it's the firework nights. And so a little bit of a geek sharing. I was a wildland firefighter during my college years, and the reality, as the chief said, is we're in a drought every July. Our grass is never not dry in July. And folks get worried about drought conditions, meaning worse fire conditions. But sometimes drought is a blessing because if there's less rain, there's less grass. Our worst fires occur when people light off fireworks in the red areas and it's windy. That's our worst fires, is when human error adds up with windy time periods. We will update this to say 2022 and we'll submit it by May 1st. But again, the council's got until then. If something comes up, you want to talk about it, this is the time to have that
And then
conversation.
do we post that on our website? Sometimes that's great to be able to refer residents to the map and Right.
We do. And of course, as you know, the council funds firework displays that we hope the public enjoys, and during those times for folks that don't want to do them or rather not have to have them in their neighborhood.
I also think we should post it on our social media accounts like right before, just because that's probably going to get read. Or
Yeah, and the way the water year's been, I would expect that this summer is like last summer. I think you're going to have the issue of fireworks bans cropping up here fairly soon, and the same type of pressure. I'm happy that we're talking about it now. We're ahead of the time, and if we want to adjust our map, the council knows that they can.
Great.
We could probably link the Utah law, because I know that you got a lot of questions last year. I noticed that you kept being tagged, and so if we had maybe the link to the Utah law along with the map would be good too, I think.
Okay.
Good point. I like that idea. Great, thank you. Let's move on to item 5, which is a continuation of our conservation landscape ordinance, and we have a hard stop at 5:30.
What time is it, Mayor?
It's just after 5.
5:03. Okay. So we're just continuing this discussion. Today is another final draft. You'll see highlighted the areas that we wanted to discuss today. So we're starting in 893. You'll see the highlighted of the square footage that applies to the hot water recirculation systems. We've put it in at 1,400 based off of feedback from prior meeting discussions, but we've also received other feedback from the council and other avenues. So we just want to make sure that that's the number the council is okay with us promoting on.
so you're saying 1,400 or less does not require it, but 1,400 and above does.
Correct.
So that would take off apartment buildings and
That accommodates essentially the discussion of not many units are coming in at 1,000. 1,400 seems to be kind of where units are coming in at. Of course, there's still the chance to opt out of this by just designing yourself so that you don't displace more than 0.6. But yeah, we've essentially raised the ceiling from 1,000 to, or the floor from 1,000 to 1,400.
So should I just go through this and tell you the things I like and the things I don't like? Is that a good place to start?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've tried to incorporate your emailed comments, and so we'll get to those. But yeah, this is the time for.
Okay. So I do like the water circulation pump. I think that's just good construction and good common sense. And I like the 1,400 square feet thing. I like the water. I like the water sense fixtures. That's a good idea. That's what they mostly sell now anyway. So I think that's okay. One comment I got from a plumber is some of these toilets, these water sense toilets, don't operate all that well and might take 2 flushes. So that's something to consider.
So I know this year the legislature basically made that state code now, so we can leave it in or take it out, but they did that with laws this year.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see, the Energy Star appliances, that's fine. I am in favor of limiting the grass on new construction, new landscaping. I think that's wise to do. We know that the grass is the main culprit for taking up water.
so let's you're for putting it. Let's talk. Are you for the maximum grass of 8% as a percentage, or you want to do a square foot based on the lot? What's your
So what we've presented here is, you'll see the maroon is essentially, Santa Clara just said we're going to do percentages. And so we left the model that we've been following so far, which is just defining the square footage per lot size. We've received some feedback that the industry would like just a percentage, that remembering one percentage is easier than remembering each of the strata. But we also wanted to provide you the numbers that say we did it like Santa Clara and said 8%, that is where it would fall. And so that section's busier than the final should be. We're hoping that you can indicate which direction you'd like us to limit the grass. On grass?
Yeah, I believe that's the total landscaped area with 8% of grass.
Yeah.
And I think what we're looking at is 8% for grass, but all the other areas would be landscaped.
Yeah,
They would be landscaped one way or another, either by rock or by trees or plants. We're not dictating where that is. It's just we're saying there's a max on the grass because the grass is the highest use of our water.
correct. And that concept is not just Washington City. That's what every city and their technical staff committed to as we started this at the county level. And so cities are tailoring it to their councils. But yeah, this is a concept of limiting water using grass, hopefully countywide, that it's something that all cities will commit to.
I like the percentage myself, personally. It's easier to,
You'll notice on our model, the lower the lot size, the higher the square footage, and so in our model, the lower size lots actually had a higher percentage. In the percentage model, you'll see how that figures out there.
So do we max out on the higher lot size then?
Yes.
Yeah.
So on both of them, they max out at 2,000 square feet of grass.
I like that.
They max out. So, and it only jumps over, like you hit 8% except for on a 24,000 square foot lot, and then there's no way to get more than that.
Yeah, if you had a 50,000 square foot lot, you don't get 8%, you get 2,000.
So the way that I think we could word this, and you're better at this than me, Thad, but if you said, I like the max, and then maybe these are examples, and then just a little note that says, but max is out at 2,000. I don't know if that makes sense, that these are just examples. I mean, I know this is the math, but
This section is messier than the final because it's trying to show you two options and see those side by side.
But that was kind of one of my thoughts, is that, hey, I like that it says 8%. The irrigation lawn area may not exceed 8%, like your note at the bottom, I guess.
Yeah.
So as we're having this discussion, I'd like to invite Lester to come forward for just a minute and get any feedback he may have on this. He's boots on the ground on that, and if just any insights you might have, Lester, or thoughts you might have on the lot sizes or the percentages, any counsel you might want to give to the council.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, council. I think it's good to go. I think either way works pretty good, as long as we've got some direction and some guidance that this is the way that the council would like it to go. You know, from the public at large, I think the percentage basis is probably a little easier. There's not so much information for them to keep track of or try and track down, or, you know, get in a situation where, hey, my lot's only 10 square feet over. Can we please go just a little bit more, or something to that effect? The percentage would take that away. So I think we can go either way with it, really. That maximum is going to be, that's critical. We need to get that maximum in there and get that square footage.
What do you think, just your input, and I know this council's well versed in this, but what are your thoughts on just the lot sizes? Are those good break points, or would you have any comments on the break points?
I think if we go with a percentage basis, we don't even need to break out the lot sizes. And it could be as simple as just the blue paragraph that's there on the bottom. It's automatic.
I like it, because
instead of having to even bother breaking down the lot sizes, the lot size is what it is, what their ownership is.
Perfect. Any questions for Lester? Any other thoughts?
I think that's why I mentioned maybe we just show an example. It's 8%, max is out at 2,000, an example, and then we could add it in there to help, but it's not needed.
Yeah, I think it could be, if we're going to go the percentage route, I think it could be as simple as that bottom paragraph there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Henderson, did you still have some other items you wanted to mention, or did that pretty much cover it?
I've got a few things, but
I think we just keep working down. I like it.
Well, I mean, and don't, I'm not, just stop me if.
Yeah, I bounced here because Councilman Henderson had got to grass, so I just wanted to show you the grass portion of the document. Lester's exactly correct. If the council wants to go percentage, we're going to delete everything you see down to that little maroon paragraph. And I think it'd be really easy to do what Councilman Coates is saying. I could say, for example, if a lot is 7,257 square feet, your maximum irrigated lawn would be 8% of 7,257 square feet. And so we could give the exact example of the type of calculation we intend.
So
Am I
moving on to,
hearing it that percentage is the route we want to go? Okay.
yeah. So I just built a big, beautiful home in Ivans, expensive neighborhood, really nice home, very expensive, high-end landscaping job, and not one tree. And so, and the reason they didn't want a tree is they don't want to mess with the, leaves and things like that, which is okay with me. So what if a client, what if a citizen says, I don't want 2 shade trees?
So one of the hydrological concerns is if we limit turf and we don't provide some other plant layer to deflect the sun from hitting all of the earth, we know that the more the sun hits the soil that surrounds our buildings, the hotter our ambient temperature is. And so I am always happy with trees, but that's because I'm a tree hugger. This is not there because we're tree huggers. This is there because we want to make sure that if we're reducing water using landscape, we're adding landscaping in that still is catching the sun's light and helping deflect what we know is a true effect is if we get rid of the turf, our temperatures will increase. And so that's why this is there. This has been changed. There's no longer a caliper size requirement. That was per council's feedback and per the fact that we know that, like every other industry, plant industry is kind of just selling what it has these days. It's not as readily available as it used to be. But that's the reason this is there. That's another provision that started at the county work group. I don't think that, I think we could remove this paragraph and there's going to be, most of the lots will put a tree or 2 on there because most people want at least something, but that would at least allow the type of lot you just worked on to choose to opt out of it.
I love trees, but I don't want to make people put 2 trees in if they don't want to.
Do you want to put I know it's just words and caveat, but hey, we recommend 2
That's what I
water
just-
efficient shade trees?
That's what I was just gonna say,
Instead
too.
of saying required to say it has no teeth on the ordinance, but it's just saying, hey, we really want trees, but we understand if you have a good plan, it probably isn't necessary.
I like that.
So to add to kind of what Councilman Henderson was saying, you don't want to make, I just want to share just my feelings. As I read through the ordinance that was sent out extensively and made notes and made a mess of it, the one thing that kept coming to my mind is that we don't want to burden our contractors, our homeowners with anything that is not going to have direct positive impact in our overall goal, and that is to actually save water. Now, I know that's the intent. That's the reason we've been discussing it. But as I look at some of the items in here, I want to make sure that it will do that. The trees, we understand about the heat index, but again, I don't feel like that. I want to be in the business of telling people how to live their lives or what they do. I don't want to infringe on liberty. I do understand the water shortage. I understand that very, very well. But I think that as we move forward, I think that what we ought to identify is some of these provisions in this ordinance, do they actually have the desired result? I mean, when you talk about a landscape documentation packet, I did some research, that's going to be anywhere from $500 to $2,000. Is that going to really get the desired result? Or is it something that a homeowner could bring in? Another thing that I want to discuss is when you rehabilitate landscaping or you do new landscaping, that might be, and in my mind, this might be a prohibitive measure to require if somebody wants to rehabilitate or put in landscaping the first time, if they look at the costs that are associated with having to submit a landscape documentation package, would that essentially discourage them from doing it? Now, I'm sharing my views very openly, and I just don't want regulations on our citizens that we can't verify actually accomplishes what we're trying to do. Now, I understand about when I hear shall and will, those are all very important things because you have to have teeth to it. But I also recognize that we probably will have to hire a person at least half or 3/4 time to enforce this ordinance, which, you know, it all comes back to cost. We're trying to save water. And I would just ask the council, as we discuss these things, to vet each one of these items in a way that has direct, measurable benefit to what we're doing. And that's all I'm asking. I hope that you understand, I'm not saying we don't have a water shortage. We do, but I don't want burdensome regulation or something that would prohibit somebody from maybe using more water on their yard than what they want. So they come in, they want to redesign it and cut back, but the overall complexity may be a deterrent. You know, and I understand that I'm crossing big T's and dotting big I's here, but that is my general feeling, is that before I can pass this personally, I'm going to have to make sure that it passes those tests. And I understand park strips, you know, and those type of things, grass that is not functional, I totally get that. But something as simple, and as I mentioned this before, but something as simple as an incentive for aeration. How much water runs down the street because it can't sink into the grass fast enough and it runs off. You know, that's a simple modification that I think needs to be detailed in this. Simple aeration, it costs $30-40 probably to do your yard. You know, it's healthy, it requires less water from that point on. And I don't want to make this like a soapbox discussion for me, other than that I'm just concerned. I don't want regulation that doesn't have absolute benefit to our overall goal to save water.
So Councilman Ivey, you used the word burden several times, and I just want to continue on that. The whole concept with this ordinance was to begin with the burden on new construction. And we've intentionally not talked about what exists, what's been there historically. And so aeration's a really good example. We haven't even started the ordinance where we want to require what people have to do regardless of when their lawn was built, right? That's probably the next version that's going to come if we can get anywhere with this. This ordinance targets new construction because the technical committee thought that should be the first category that should feel some burden for conservation. And so that's why we target this one. Now, we do add in rehabilitated. In this document, we've bumped the percentage of rehabilitated space to 75% from what it used to be as 50. But yeah, the burden, the underlying theory of burden on this document is that we're burdening new construction first. We want to make sure that we've got clear standards there. If the council wants, we can go to the other areas. I like your comments on aeration, but that would be something that spreads more broadly than this one, which has been narrowly
And of course,
tailored.
my comments was just to share my view going forward, just with as those steps come through.
So Thad, on going off of that, let's talk about this section B required documentation.
Yeah,
Well, can we go really back to what do you guys think about what, so I was going to call you Brett, but I'm just going to call you Brett. All these Hendersons and Caspersons and everything, Martinsons. Anyways, so what do you guys think about what he said with recommend? I like the idea of recommending the trees. And so what is your thoughts about that?
I'm for it. I think it's the way to go.
change it to recommend.
Just recommend, we recommend a minimum of 2 water efficient trees.
What about the multifamily? Do you want to require that multifamily just be recommended or required? Right now, we just say whatever staff thinks is
The
needed.
multifamily development with 10 units or less shall follow city approved landscaping plans. That seems reasonable to me.
Yep.
So, but that gets me is that good? I don't want to, that's what you wanted as well.
Well, that's what I want, is tell me what you want this to say.
So this section B, we're under the category of residential.
Yeah, so this is all added. It's highlighted because it was added because several times it came up saying what are going to require. So I mirrored the commercial, except I simplified it.
Yeah, and I just want to cut it.
You don't want to require anything?
If we're going to require anything, I don't think they should have to come get a landscape architect. I don't think they should have to.
This doesn't require an architect.
Well, but you got to come up with a plan. I want to make it kind of like we do our SWIP drawings, where it's one sheet. You can draw your square box as your house and say, I'm putting this many square feet of grass in the front, this many square feet in the back, submit it. And everything else is landscape or it's driveway. Someone can hand sketch it. I don't want a resident to have to hire someone to do a landscaping plan.
So you want no regulation on documentation?
No, I want them to just say what they're gonna say and say, hey, this is what I'm doing.
So I'm not debating you. I want you to tell me, you said cut it. So to
Yeah,
me,
I'm
that
saying-
means you want nothing about documentation required in this ordinance, right?
Well, let me back up. I want to cut anything that requires them to do more than what I just said. So I'm not,
Because
and I
this
haven't
is-
gotten on, it makes sense. Put the project name. Okay.
Yeah, you look at AI, name, address, applicant's name, like
that's
a lot
fine.
of this is what we already require on
But
anything
landscape
else.
architect's name? No, I don't want a landscape architect. I want the resident to be able to submit their own landscaping plan, planting plan. Just say you're doing, there's no reason to tell me what plants. I just want to know, we want to know where the grass is, and everything else is considered either driveway, hardscape, or it's planted a different way. Just simplify it as much as we can, because our goal is to keep, hey, the grass is the big area. But I mean, if we have a 24,000 square foot lot, you got to do something with it. And some of it's going to be driveway, some of it's going to be grass, and the rest is going to be just landscaped however it gets landscaped.
So I like the idea of having to provide something, because otherwise they'll get to the end and then we don't verify that they have the 8%. We don't want someone to put in too much grass and then we have to pull it out.
It's more of to let them know, hey, don't be over 8%. We're checking it, and you're the one that gave us this documentation, but I want it to be able to be simple that they can hand draw it.
It's binding both ways.
Okay. I think that gives us good direction there. If everybody's good with that,
I think
recognizing we only have 7 minutes left.
I think it would be sufficient for the applicant for the building permit just to acknowledge that they understand that the 8% rule and nothing else. And then at the final inspection, the inspector can see, okay, this is 8% and that's it. I don't think the city needs to be in the business of knowing what plants you're planting. We don't need to be the sprinkler police. We don't need to be the police in any kind of way for landscaping design. I just don't understand it. And I am 100% in favor of regulating the grass, because we know that's the main culprit in water usage. But the city really doesn't have any business to get into people's business on planting and landscaping and stuff like that. I mean, there's just no need for it. And this is just burdensome. When I look at this from my contractor perspective, it makes my head explode. I mean, it's already difficult enough to, get your plan review done and all that, and there's no need for this. It's just burdensome for contractors.
Councilman, another specific topic or item that I'd like to discuss is water features. Now, if you're talking about a water feature to an entrance to a subdivision where it's hundreds of gallons, is this something that we want to identify? If you have a small basin where it runs through an evaporative cooler pump, I mean, I'm not saying I'm in favor or not, but I just think we need to identify that.
But that falls under the commercial in my mind, and the commercial has all these requirements.
But if a residential person wanted to put in a little water feature in their entry of their home,
yeah,
that's what I
don't see it as that much water.
I don't either, but it's detailed.
So you'll see that we address residential pools. Swimming pools fall in line with that. You'll see that here we've added swimming pools must be installed with a mechanical cover. That was per council feedback. We say that indoor pools are not regulated. But yeah, if you're going to have a water feature pool at your entry, the city would look at it as a pool of water. And again, we're not saying that takes away from your grass. We're just saying you need to design it to incorporate water conservation measures, and then some staff members are going to have to decide whether they've done that.
But wouldn't we consider, if it's a community entrance feature, that falls under the commercial side, not a pool side?
So if it's like an HOA,
like
Yeah,
Stone Cliff.
Yeah, I consider that a commercial side of the fact that the HOA is the commercial entity that deals with it, even though it's a residential. And maybe we need to add some language that says
commercial
water
has
features,
to come to you.
Water,
Commercial has
water
to come
features
to you.
for HOA or communities follow the commercial requirements.
Are you wanting to allow those? The technical group amongst the county wants to outlaw those across the board because they find them as wasteful and not necessarily necessary use of water. But if you want to make sure that those are allowed because you think they're beautiful or justify the use, I mean, we can certainly put that in there.
I think they're allowed if they're using secondary water.
We have one at the entrance to the subdivision where I live, and it's been a nightmare. And finally, we've just turned it off, so it's a non-operating
Pumps, the expense.
waterfall. It's just been it's been a nightmare.
Okay.
Got 3 minutes, Dad.
Anything else on the pools? We've got covers required. Anything there? Okay, I'm going to scroll back up to one that we came past. This one's here. You'll see this was from comments about impact fees. We're making it clear in here that this is not intended to amend or change city ordinances about how those are calculated.
So
Here on car washes, sorry, go ahead. Car washes, we've put the gallons per vehicle washed at 35. We've received about 35 opinions as to what that number should be, and they're all different. This is the number we put there. Tell me what number you want there.
I say go with 35. And if we see we have a problem, we can address it and update our ordinance, but we got to start somewhere, and there's everyone else's opinion. I don't know. I mean, we don't have any better data, but if they can't meet it for some reason, and they can come appeal to the council and we can look at it. But if this is the number, the majority, have you looked at other communities? Are they sitting on 35?
This is on the high end.
I'm hearing that some of our neighbors might go tighter than that, based on
quite a bit
based
tighter.
on feedback from certain car wash operators and feedback from other car wash operators. There's some contention that some could maybe be in the 20 range, and that might be more
I understood,
reasonable.
Mayor. Oh, pardon me, Mayor. I understood that most of the equipment, regardless of the brand or the name of the business, uses basically the same equipment, and 35 was that water cents type number, but I did hear 35 to 40.
35's on the high end of what other cities are doing.
Is that
20 is about where they're landing.
But again, if they can't prove that out to be able to do it with 20 gallons, what type of effect does that have? I mean, we need.
So again, this is just for new car washes that are to be built. It doesn't apply to any of the existing ones.
But we've got one that's been, I don't know if it's been approved. Their sign's been up for
A long time.
it's approved. And so I'm just saying that in that specific case.
I think that one said they can fit well within this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you think we should have one more workshop on this? Because there's other parts on here that I would like to completely omit from here, and there's other parts that I just would like to continue with the language of recommendation. And it looks like we're kind of cutting close on time. I'm just wondering if we should have another workshop to go over other things, because I'm not comfortable in voting on something like this as of now.
Can we?
Yeah, if you can get us that.
Can you update the areas we have addressed?
I keep doing that. That's what tonight is
Yeah,
I keep showing you the
I'm just
updates.
asking so that we're not just looking at the same document. Address all the stuff we have addressed, and then we can have a fresh copy to look at. To say, okay, this is the current version. And
So you've had a fresh copy each time I've come back to you. Yeah.
So Councilwoman, I would support having another discussion. I think it's very important that we get this done, but we need to get it right. And I think that we're on the path to do that.
And Thad, I appreciate your work on this. So this is, I think this will be a little bit difficult to work through because it's important, like Councilman Ivy said. I mean, we need to get this right, even if we have to spend a ton of time on it. I don't think the important thing is to get it done quickly. The important thing is to get it done correctly. And so I'm willing to spend as much time as we need to and do it, visit it over and over and over again until we get it right. So.
I've got 1 minute, Mayor. Can I at least finish through this version of the document
Go ahead.
that when I make the next one? So you'll see what I call the fruit and nut tree exception. It makes me very happy. Basically, this says there's an exception. You can plant fruit and nut trees on your private lots. There's no proof, no expert. You just get to. Down here on the water schedule, Jeremy and I would like to just delete the actual dates because we anticipate that those will adjust with time. We'll just have a recommendation that we recommend you follow the one that the district recommends on their website.
Yep.
Okay. And then we did add a section here that basically in here there's no statement about maintenance. And so this is just saying, your landscape should receive regular and ongoing maintenance. And it says the standards just whatever makes sense for that type of landscaping and the weather that's happening. So you okay with that?
Great. Okay. We're into overtime just a little bit. Just before we finish, Lester, did you have any comments that you'd like to make? You are our water manager. Do you have any thoughts that you'd like to share with council? Okay. So I've heard that we want another workshop on this before voting. We'll look at the schedule. I'll coordinate with the council on a time to do that, and then we'll continue to move forward and get it right. And on that note, I will call for a motion to adjourn our workshop session.
So moved, Mayor.
Motion by Ivy, second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned until 6 o'clock. Welcome to our Washington City Council regular meeting. Today is April 13th, 2022. We're here in the Washington City Council chambers. Our meeting is also being broadcast via YouTube Live, linked at washingtoncity.org/meetings. Our invocation tonight, I do not see that individual present. So I will ask our former Planning Commission Chair, Jason Smith, if he wouldn't mind offering the invocation. I think we've been friends long enough, I can call it a favor there.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful to be here today. We're grateful that we can come together as community leaders and citizens, that we can discuss what is going on around here. We ask that you bless us, that we can have good discussion and be able to make decisions that are in the best interest of Washington City. And we ask for these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. And our city manager, Jeremy Redd, has offered to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. At this time, I will call for an approval of the agenda as outlined.
So moved.
I have a motion by Martinson.
Mayor, I can second that approval.
Second by Ivy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the agenda is approved. We'll move on to item 2, which is announcements. So this Saturday, April 16th, is Easter, and Sunday, the 17th, is Easter. But the Lions Club will be hosting their annual Candy Dash on April 16th at 10 a.m. right here at Veterans Park. On Tuesday, April 19th, that is the Washington County Fair Parade and Kickoff Party. The parade starts at 6 p.m. Council should probably be here around 5:30 p.m. if you'd like to be involved in the ribbon cutting, and that usually happens on the steps of the old school of the museum. After that parade, there'll also be the kickoff party here at Veterans Park from 7 to 9 p.m. From April 20th to 22nd, next week, is the Utah League of Cities and Towns Mid-Year Conference for those wishing to go attend that. And then also on Wednesday, April 20th from 12 noon to 4:30 p.m. is the UAMPS Municipal Toolkit Workshop. We're all signed up. Attendance is optional. And then lastly, coming up right away is Cotton Days. Those events start the week of April 25th. And if you would just check your calendar, council, or for those interested in more details about the events, visit cottondays.org. Are there any other announcements that I may have missed?
Mayor, I'll just add to what you said about the Washington County Fair. One important event that I wanted our citizens to know about is on Thursday, April 21st at 10 a.m. There is a Veterans Appreciation Program at the County Fair. This year they are honoring veterans of the Vietnam War, and that'll be a nice event. There'll be speakers and hopefully have a lot of veterans there to honor. Just quickly, boxing and demolition derby Saturday night, but the reason that I mentioned that is because last year there was quite a issue with getting home from the county fairgrounds because there's only one exit to the east there, and just wanted everyone to know that this year, starting at 9 o'clock, there'll be a second road that actually runs through the landfill from 9 until about 11:30 to help alleviate that traffic and get people home quicker. And so I just wanted to make sure that we knew that. But please come out and support the county fair. It'll be a great time.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilman Ivy. Any other announcements? Okay, we'll move along to item 3. Are there any abstentions or conflicts to declare? Seeing none, we'll move to item 4, which is a swearing-in ceremony. This time, I'd like to invite our Police Chief Jason Williams to come forward, and he will present Officer Quentin Harris.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is Quentin Harris with us this evening. He just graduated from the Police Academy Saturday and started his first day Monday with us, and we're excited to get him. He's got his family here. I'll let him introduce his family to the council and to the department.
This is my father, Ray Harris, my mom, Sandy Harris, my brother, Elliot, and my son, Hudson, here today.
So now we'll do the business side of it. Go ahead and raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Quentin Harris,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I'll support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
and the Constitution of the State of Utah.
I do also solemnly swear
I do also solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I'll support, obey, and defend
the laws and ordinances of Washington City,
the laws and ordinances of Washington City,
and I will discharge the duties of police officer
and I'll discharge the duties of police officer
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations. Thank you. Mom will have the honors of pinning his badge on. Mayor, council, do you want to come down for a photo or?
Yeah, so Quentin, first of all, I got chills when you got sworn in and you had your badge, put on, and it's a sacred and solemn responsibility. And I want you to know from this mayor and council, we support you, we respect you, and we're grateful for the service that you're about to give. And so I just want you to know that. I want you also to know that this police department is pretty special. From the top down, it's a brotherhood, and there's a culture of success, and you deal with some pretty high stress and situations, and you also just are there for people, and you're going to do a great job. What I'd like to do, and Chief, if this is a little different than last time, but I'd actually like to invite each of the council and myself to come down and shake your hand and welcome you, and then invite those from the police department to come up and we can get a photo together. Councilman Casperson, Member Casperson, can you start for us?
You need more practice. Thank you.
No, let's get everybody together. Let's just kind of scoot in as tight as we can. And we'll get a good picture. We'll get this down.
Scooch in, make everybody smile.
Go home, that'd be nice.
All right, we'll move along to item 5, which is our consent agenda. And council, you'll notice that we've added a few additional items to our consent agenda. We've added award of bids and agreements. This is a practice that's been done in other municipalities and has been successful. I want you to just be aware that on the consent agenda, it is appropriate to have just, simple clarifying questions. It just doesn't, it's just probably not the place to have detailed questions. So if you want to go more than just a few little questions or comments, we can pull it out like we have in the past. But so bear with me, I'll read through a list of items on our consent agenda. So item 5A, or 5 consent agenda, item 5A is approval of the board audit report from March 2022. It's approval of the minutes from the city council meetings of March 23rd, 2022. It is approval of a final plat for Indian Knolls Phase 3B. Approval of a final plat for the Heights at Washington Bench Phase 4. Approval of a special event for the Common Sense Family Dentistry 20-year celebration. It is to award a bid for the Main Street relay panels as in your packet. It is award of a bid for the 3090 South Washington Fields Road and 3650 South and Washington Fields Road traffic signals as listed in your packet. And it is approval of an interlocal agreement to provide support to Ironman World Championship St. George, May 2022, the Ironman 70.3 World Championship St. George, October 2022, the Ironman 70.3 North American Championship, May of 2023 and of 2025, and the Ironman North American Championship, May 2024. Are there any clarifications or brief questions before I call for a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, on EII, I just wondered if we have an anticipated date of completion on the traffic signals?
Andy? And we're glad we got bidders this time.
Mayor, Council, so we have all the parts for the 3090 signal, and it should be completed before school starts next year, is the plan right now. That's the only restriction of time that we put on them. And then the 3090 parts or the 3650 parts are ordered, and they had a 120-day lag time or lead time on those. And I ordered those a month ago, so we should be 90 days out on parts.
Andy, can you tell us the amount of the bid so that's on the record?
Yeah, so the total for both signals together was $534,961.35.
Any further comments, questions for Streets? Thank you, Andy. Rick, can you come and just for the record, can you state the amount for the bid of the Main Street relay panels?
Yeah, it was for Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories for $111,160.
Okay.
Even, we didn't get the 35 cents on that one.
Thank you. And Andy, this is a little bit new for us to add this in the consent agenda. Who is the bidder that you want this awarded to? I think I know, but I just want to make sure we have that.
It was KV Electric.
KV Electric, great. Any additional clarifications on the consent agenda? If not, I'm happy to call for a motion.
Just really quick on 5B, I was not in attendance for the minutes, so if there is a motion that I put forth to approve, I'll just, whatever that means, I wasn't here, so.
Well, you were here for part of it, and I appreciated that. I know you were traveling for
Yeah.
work, but I appreciated you zooming in and being up to speed. I really appreciate that, Ben, and I think you're fine to vote on that, and knowing you having reviewed those minutes.
Yep.
I'll make a motion, we approve the consent agenda as outlined.
I have a motion by Coates,
Second.
second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda is approved.
Mayor, can I have a point of clarification?
Yes, Councilman.
So when we do the award of bids, will we have the total amount and who the bid is being awarded to within that motion?
So that's new territory for us. That's why I asked the staff to come forward and list the amounts and the contractors. I think going forward, I would like to list those, or at least mention those as I read the consent agenda, so that we know the amounts and we know the contractors. But I know in this climate, it's sometimes we don't have those before the agenda needs to go out. So Tara, our city recorder, do you have any thoughts on how to best handle that?
I actually included as part of the minutes because it is in the staff review. So when the final minutes are there, those recommendations with the dollar amount and the company name is part of the minutes.
And legal, are you comfortable with that?
Well, this is a decision of the council. The staff doesn't award the bid, the council does. And the council could, in theory, reject the bid that the staff recommends. And so the motion spoken on the record should indicate to whom it's awarded and the amount it's awarded for. But again, we leave that as the discretion of this body to make that decision.
You know, I appreciate that. Councilman Coates, would you mind just restating that? Rick, who's the, who?
It's KV, or who was it, Rick?
Schweitzer. Let's try that one more time. Again, this in theory, this is going to help us be more efficient going forward, but we're learning how to handle this appropriately with the bids. And they did get sent out to the mayor and council. So we do have that. As mayor, I should have listed that on my notes.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as outlined, and item E, award of bids for the first one is to Schweitzer for $111,160. And item EII, the award of the bid for 3090 South Washington Field Roads and 3650 South Washington Field Roads for the amount of $534,961.35 to KV Electric.
I have a motion by Coates. We have a second by Martinson. Before I call for a vote, I just want the nod from our recorder and our attorney. Are we comfortable with that motion?
I am.
Council, are you comfortable with the motion? Are you wanting us to wait for
Dad? Are you?
Am I okay with the motion?
Yes. We want to do it the right way. Great. So going forward, I will read the staff recommended bidder and the amount, and then I think we'll be okay to motion to approve the consent agenda. So I'll do better on that next time. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved. We'll move on to item 6, public hearings. Tara, we did have public comment on one of the items. Do you remember which one it is? Is it 6B?
I believe it was on, let me just double check. I believe it was on the second one. I believe it was Z2204. Let me double check.
That's what I remember as well. Okay, great. We'll move on to item 6, public hearings. Item 6A, there were no electronic public comments submitted. And I'll read that. So this is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-03 from open space to I-2 industrial. This is located at approximately Countryway and Landfill Drive. And this item will be handled and presented by our Community Development Director, Drew Ellerman.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant was requesting approval to change the zoning of approximately 370.35 acres. The requested change is from the current zoning of open space to the proposed heavy industrial I-2 zoning designation. The I-2 request is for the purpose of developing this area into a future industrial subdivision project. This particular location has a general plan use designation of industrial, which allows for the business park, light industrial, and heavy industrial zoning districts. The surrounding zoning of this parcel is I-2 and Washington County zoning to the west, Washington County zoning to the north, south, and east. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined. The applicant is following up to a recently approved general plan land use amendment to this industrial designation. The Planning Commission reviewed the request at their March 16th, 2022 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-22-03 for the zone change request from open space to the proposed heavy industrial I-2 designation onto you, the City Council, and that's based on the findings in your report. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have for your public hearing.
Council, any questions for Drew?
Drew, just one on the county zoning, west, north, and south. Do they have a general plan, or is there any idea of what they want to use their property that surrounds this project, what they were wanting to do with it?
The landfill's to the northwest.
In the south.
And the south is Western's Pit. And the east is that that's not BLM, is it?
Well, let's
the east
zoom
is,
in on here. I think they might. Yeah, I don't, to be honest with you, I don't know if they have a general plan. I've never looked to see if the county does.
Yeah, I don't.
I know cities are required to, but I don't know if counties are required by the state to do that. But good question. But I will point out that not all of this, if you've zoomed in on your exhibit, while we're here, the double hashed area is for the zoning of I-2. If it's a single hash, over here where I'm kind of running my cursor, that's going to remain open space. So not all the purple area, it's just that's the land that they own. So you can see they've left on some of these really bad elevations on these peaks, they've left out and left it in the open space. And they're only going after areas that are more developable properties and slopes.
So the county does have a general plan. Because the land which they administer is unincorporated, they have a planning commission, just like we're required to have a planning commission. They have zone designations. And so, yeah, they have a general plan. We don't usually, administer it, obviously, but we could go access it and try to identify what they've general planned that area for.
I just wouldn't want something that they may have planned or to be discussed be detrimental to this project if it were approved. I can't foresee what that would be, but
we might actually set how that might be developed by doing this, if that makes sense. Sometimes things counter off of stuff that's already existing for future development. I mean, this is land, I don't know, I didn't even think anybody'd be on this my whole tenure here in Washington, but here we are. And someone is wanting to go for it, so.
Further questions for Drew? Is the applicant or the applicant's representative in attendance? I would give you an opportunity to speak now if you wish, and also after the public hearing, if you'd rather. Okay. This time, I will open the public hearing for item 6A. Would anyone like to speak to zone change request 0-22-03? Yes, please state your name.
Jordan Hess speaking as a resident who lives in that area off of Countryway. Other than Landfill Road, are there other plans to have a way out of that area headed northward at this point?
Yeah, that's a good question, and we always answer the questions after we close the public hearing. And so I have some thoughts, and I'm sure Mike can fill in, or the council can fill in some. And any additional thoughts?
Yeah, just with Countryway being right now really the only way in and out. If that's going to become industrial, I just worry about the traffic and the large trucks going down Countryway through that neighborhood area.
Yeah, really good comment. Thank you, Jordan. Is there anyone else in attendance who'd like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council, would any of you like to speak to Mr. Hess's question? If not, I'm happy to address it and then have Mike address it. Okay, so I can tell you that our master transportation plan does call for Purgatory Road, which would cut off of essentially the extension of Countryway towards a landfill, and it will. Are you pulling that up, Drew, where that road goes?
Yeah.
So I don't know a timeline, but I can tell you that Hurricane City has submitted an application for grant funding on a federal level. Washington County and Washington City have written letters to support that. And Mike, I would invite you now to come in and fill all of the things I know I missed.
You did a great job. Like the mayor said, Hurricane City's applied for some federal funding on that. We just recently, as well as the county, gave them a letter in support of that project. Hurricane City has received funding to start with design of this. A few years back, we received MPO funding to do the environmental on this road alignment. Now they've got some funding that will start the design to start acquiring the right-of-way for this project.
So Mike, until that road goes in, or if that road doesn't go in, are we correct in assuming that all of the traffic for the industrial 360 acres would go through Countryway?
No, because it'll go up over the landfill road, and you can see this will probably come in phases. The yellow road is the Purgatory Road. The blue dashed line is Countryway. The existing development is there's industrial now that's over there that they're developing. They've got that blue road now stubbed in there, and the heavy truck traffic other than local delivery, I'm sure we'll use that route because it's going to be the quickest route to I-15.
Okay.
I mean, certainly this is a large area, and Countryway is a residential road. Is there, and I actually would leave this to the council to ask any other questions about traffic access and.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're getting really close to finishing Countryway. I saw them working out there, and at least where it turns into Landfill Road. So they'll have that access, which they historically have not had lately. So that's a good thing. The other thing I look at this is it's right next to the landfill. I mean, what better use than an industrial use? And it has a lot of topography, and it's going to be a challenge in itself. The only comment I have is that we address the hillside issues, but it's not, I don't know if it's really appropriate time to address that. I think they kind of have with their open space areas, but they'll have to come back with a hillside review if they get into those boundaries. So.
And Countryway is not a residential road. It's actually a major collector. It is a 66-foot road. It was master planned as an 85. We reduced that down to a 66 in the last transportation master plan. So it is designed to carry traffic in there and has always been planned for traffic to move through there.
I appreciate that clarification.
But also with the Purgatory Road, there will be a Virgin River crossing, it will tie it directly to the Southern Parkway. So it'll be a great route when it's built.
Do you have any idea as far as time frame?
Well, probably 5 years at best for the build, or at least that probably to get any kind of funding.
Additional questions for Mike on the road?
Mayor, not a question, but just maybe a comment. I'm wondering if Mr. Hess, when he mentioned those roads, there's no way for us to restrict which way the trucks go, but we would certainly want to incentivize them to go north, by on the Landfill Road rather than on Country Way. But there's no way the city can restrict that.
We did ask the landfill, the garbage haulers, not to use that road. We can't restrict the private, but the Allied Waste that does our trash collection, they're not supposed to be using that road, and I don't think they do. I don't.
You mean
really see
Republic?
many of them. Republic, yes.
Yeah, they're not, by contract, they're not allowed to use it except to pick up the trash in those areas. So if we're seeing an excess amount and it's gonna be, got a lot of snow, that there's an excess amount.
I've been out on that Washington Dam Road a lot lately, so I haven't noticed any of them, but the private haulers will use it.
Yeah, and we can't control that, but we did put it in the agreement with Republic that they couldn't use it as their main route. And that, I don't think we've had a problem because it hasn't been paved, but as soon as it's paved, we might have to monitor that more.
Yeah, we've noticed your tent out there. Hopefully you can get back home soon. Thanks, Mike. Adam, representing the applicant, will you come forward and address some of these questions and anything else you'd like to share with the council?
Adam Allen with American Land Consulting here representing the applicant. I don't know if I have anything really to add. I mean, the question of, we are obviously planning on submitting a hillside. We've got a hillside zone, just, it's in the hillside. So we understand we've just taken everything that was like considered ordinance, you can't touch, and just took it out. But obviously we'll have to come back for all of our hillside stuff. I think that this will help spur. We're hoping that it'll kind of help spur that other, Purgatory Road, because if we're going to go in there and start putting in it, we'll have to obviously put some improvements in along where we're doing as part of their plan, and help spur that. I do believe that as far as the county's general plan goes, I think this is in your guys' overall annexation boundary though. So when people do hopefully come to do stuff in those areas, they will bring it to annex it into Washington City. I don't think that most of the time the county doesn't like these little pockets of just out areas. Other than that, I don't know, any other questions I can help answer?
Council? Okay.
I would just say,
Go ahead,
I'm
Councilman.
sorry, Mayor, this is really sorely needed, these industrial, parcels to build shops and things like that. I mean, it's really, really needed. So I'm excited to see this. So
thank you.
Great. Further discussion before I call for a motion?
Well, Mayor, just for filling in, we did find the county's general plan. I will just point out up here on the north end is the only thing they have, and it's called, sorry, I had it and I went and looked for something else. They call it open space multiple use BLM. So that's up here, if you can see where my cursor is right there. And that's just there. The rest of it's in a gray color, and they have no indicator what that gray is, but I look, and most of all the city stuff that's within the county is all gray, where the residential and development is all happening, and they just colored it gray. So it probably falls in with what Adam was saying, that it is in our annexation policy plan, so they probably didn't do anything with it, knowing that sometime it'll probably just be annexed in to us eventually. And then I think we pretty much within, just when it does come in, we can just tag it whatever we want it to be, which we'd probably just go industrial and add it on. So I hope that answers your question, but everything in the center island there that's county will be county. They gave no designation at all of. So.
Great. Thank you. Sounds like we're ready for a motion on item 6A.
I'll make a motion that we approve item 6A from open space to I2 industrial.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates.
Second.
Second by Martinson. This is a ordinance, so we'll do a roll call vote. Casperson,
Aye.
Ivy,
Aye.
Coates,
Aye.
Henderson,
Aye.
Martinson.
Aye.
Zone change request Z-22-03 passes unanimously.
Mayor, may I just display the annexation policy map so the council can see just kind of the visual depiction of what we've discussed here? Have you got it pulled up? Okay, I've already got it up there. Oh, same thing. So the green is Hurricane. Oh, that was me that stayed. The green is Hurricane. Our computers are fighting. Is that me now? Okay. You'll see the reddish pink is Washington City's annexation policy plan. What that means is those are lands that we have put the state and the public on notice that when they become developed or they come before improvement, they'll need to be annexed into this municipality. The green is Hurricane. So zooming into the landfill area there, you'll see that Jeremy's correct. All of the comments have been correct, that those lands are within the Washington City's policy plan for annexation. And at the time that they're to be developed or improved, they would need to, part of that would be annexing into our city.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Move on to item 6B. On this particular item, we did receive public comment, one public comment. I'm confident the council's all received that and read that. I wanted to make sure that that's recognized and noted. Item 6B is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-04 from A20 to R-1-15. This is property located approximately at 300 East and 3650 South. The applicant is Sullivan Homes, Community Development Director Drew Ellerman. If you'll take this one.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant is requesting approval to change the zoning of approximately 27.38 acres. The requested change is from the current zoning of agricultural 20-acre minimum, the A2 zoning district, to the proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum, or the R115 zoning designation. The request for the R115 is for the purpose of developing the area into a residential subdivision. This particular location has a general plan use designation of very low density residential, which allows basically for the R115 zone. So that's what you asked for, and it could be even larger. The surrounding zoning of the parcel is R115 to the north, R115 and A20 to the west and south, and planned unit development commercial to the east. Staff has no concerns with the proposed zone change as outlined, since it falls within the designation within the general plan. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their March 16, 2020 meeting. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-22-04 for the zone change request from A20 to the R115 onto you, the City Council. And that's based on the findings in your report. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have before your public hearing on this item.
Council, questions for Drew?
Mayor, I just have a comment if I could. Just for the record, I want it noted that we met with the applicant on this project. You'll see that it's plan development commercial to the east, and this group had given out that designation along with some uses that were allowed in that area. And we did meet with the applicant and talked about that because it doesn't have a lot of buffering from 15,000 square foot lots to commercial. And they're aware of that. They're okay with that. And they talked about maybe things they might do to mitigate it themselves. But I just want to make sure that everybody knew that. So they said when they sell the lots, they'll make that abundantly clear if the residential goes in before the commercial. I just would hope that we're not back here in a few years having issues with approving that PUD commercial.
We should add it to the plat. We should add a note on the plat that says you have commercial to the southeast of you. Or is that hard to do because zones can change that?
That would be my first red flag to say that, because someone could come back and change that if nothing sells here and someone comes in and says, I want to put a townhome project, and it, come back and gives you guys a great, proposal and you do it. So I'd probably be very hesitant to put it on the plat.
So state real estate laws assume that if it's on record at the county recorder, then it's of public knowledge. So the approved current commercial would already be of public record. Adding a note to the plat would essentially put one more note of public record. We can do it. It's not a customary thing we do, but we could do that if you wanted us to. The challenge is if they don't build commercial or change something after the fact, their plat is static. You don't get to change the plat once it's been recorded.
So when a potential property buyer goes to buy property, they have a due diligence period. And during that due diligence period, they have the opportunity to look at all of that stuff, and it's all readily available. And they even typically get a document from the realtor that says during your due diligence period, these are the things that you should look at, and that's one of them, So,
yeah, in our area, things are going so quick, not many people actually look at their due diligence, but that's the entire purpose of the due diligence period, is to determine those type of things and to decide whether you want to move forward with the contract or not.
And certainly, as you talk about buffer, and I'm sure the recorder is putting these comments on the record. I can attest to that conversation, and it's also noted that as you look at that curved line that buffers the zone request and that planned commercial, there's also a 50-foot canal easement that the applicant's aware of, and this council is also aware of. Before I open the public hearing, and I will I invite the applicant to come forward and speak if they would like to. Otherwise, I will also give an opportunity for the applicant to speak after the public hearing is closed. We'll give you an opportunity after then, if that's okay. Thanks, Jason. So at this time, I will open the public hearing for item 6B. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak to this item? Going once, going twice. Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. At this point, I'll look to the council. Actually, let's invite does the council have any questions for the applicant? Would the council like to discuss this any further?
Mayor, I would just maybe attempt to answer the one public comment that we received.
Please.
This person that wrote the email, it was very well thought out, and and I share the same concerns that she has, in that we're losing the fields, and they're very dear to us that have been raised here and live here, and we understand that. But what was proposed is that the city buy it and keep it, and we of course can't do that as a city. That's not what we do. But we certainly appreciate her concern and understand the importance of keeping the fields. But the one thing that we have tried to do is to have design standards that helps reinforce what those fields once were, and the strong agricultural basis for this community.
Thank you, Councilman. Good comments. Any other comments?
Just a curiosity. I know that somebody just mentioned that, or it was Jeremy that mentioned the developer had thought about maybe some ways that they could privately buffer between the commercial, and I'm just kind of curious what they had in mind. Just a curiosity is all.
At least I'm not calling you up here to say the prayer.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. Jason Smith, representing the applicant. So initially, there's the canal that will provide some portion of a buffer. They are putting those in the backyards, and they're maintaining a decent setback on where they can put the home. So it would be somewhat of a distance buffer. They will have a wall there. I mean, there's some of those things will definitely be there between the two zones, and so they're not gonna, I don't know, they're not putting in up some big, I imagine they'll put trees, and I don't know about landscaping, what they're doing there, but those are kind of the things that we've looked at, is just maintaining a decent setback from the commercial and using that canal easement and verify that it's there too, so that they'll have, 80 feet or something with a wall in between there. So those are the initial ideas. We're always open to other ideas too. We're not set on this. This is pretty early in the game still, so.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant?
Just,
Drew?
so when the property's being sold, they're splitting the canal 50-50, 25 on your side, 25 on my side. Is that what I kind of took from your comments is?
Well, I believe the canal is actually all on the commercial side.
Okay, that's what we originally thought it was going to be. So you're just going to add an
You'll just have
extra.
additional, so you have the 50 feet and then you'll have an additional setback from any structure being built from there.
I think it's 20-foot rear yards.
Minimum,
So that'll be 70, but then, yeah, okay. I just didn't know. It sounded almost like we were splitting the canal like some do.
Sorry,
No, because
didn't
I don't
wanna-
like the splitting of it. It gets messy. So, okay,
No, I
thanks.
believe the canal's on all of the commercial. It's already been split, so it's already been subdivided as a minor subdivision.
That's what I thought. So, sorry, Mayor, thanks.
Further discussion?
Mayor, I'm ready for,
Please, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
make a motion to approve an ordinance for zone change request Z-22-04 from agricultural 20 to residential 115, located approximately 300 east at 3650 south.
I have a motion by Ivy,
I'll second it.
second by Casperson. This is an ordinance. We'll do roll call vote. Ivy?
Aye.
Coates? Aye. Henderson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Item 6B passes unanimously. Moving along to item 6C, this is a public hearing. This is a public hearing only. So on this particular item, we did not receive any public comment, but I'll read what it is and then we'll let our city manager present on this. This item 6C is a public hearing to allow public input regarding A, the issuance and sale of not more than 10 million aggregate principal amount of sales tax revenue and refunding bonds, Series 2022. And B, any potential economic impact that the project described herein to be financed with the proceeds of the bonds issued under the act may have on the private sector and related matters. Jeremy Redden, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. As you explained, this is part of the sales tax bonding process that we're going through to borrow money for the proposed wheel park. And as you mentioned, the purpose of the public hearing is to receive public input on the bond and specifically its impact to the private sector. Like I said, the project being financed as a park, which we feel has a good community impact and a benefit to the community, a positive public amenity. Usually these type of parks are not built privately, so it's not something that we're taking over private business and competing. In terms of additional benefit, we'll certainly use designers and architects and builders that are private sector businesses. So that's sort of my take on how it impacts the private sector. I think just to kind of clarify the bond again, $10 million for 15 years. And we're looking at a locked interest rate at this point of 2.74%, which we were able to get before interest rates kept climbing. And so we're plenty happy with that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Council, any questions for the manager? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Would anyone like to come forward and speak to this bond issuance? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and we'll move along to item 7, preliminary plat. Item 7A is a continuation of consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Finlay Farms Townhomes Phase 3, located at approximately 4290 South and Weatherby Way. I'll invite our city planner, Eldon Gibb, to present on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Eldon Gibb, City Planner. This item was tabled from the March 23rd item, our city agenda, due to two concerns. The build out of Weatherby Way which I have learned should begin here within 3 to 6 months. There's kind of some holdup on the NRCS line. They're getting funding for that. As soon as that's approved, they're going to start the road construction, which is being done by the original developer. And then the second concern was some buildings from the Sandia farms. Those have since been relocated to the north side, and the owners are aware of the road placement. Everything seems to be in place with that.
Thank you, Eldon. This is not a public hearing, so at this time I'll turn to the council for questions for staff and discussion.
So Eldon, is that the closest approximation we can get for that NRCS line is 3 to 6 months? Is that, I'm just trying to detail, had some residents reach out wanting to know when Weatherby Way would be completed, and I've shared that with them. Is that the closest approximation we have, or do you have any more insight on that?
I was told construction on the NRC line is going to start and should be completed within the 3 months. The road construction will start after that, following that.
So it's starting in, you said 4 to 5 months, and then we have 3 months of construction, and then we'll start the road construction? So we're like a year out before we get it?
Build out of the roadway, I would imagine 1.5 years-ish. 1 year, 1.5 years.
I'll tell them to be
Road
patient.
Is completed and drivable. So. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that in line? Yeah.
I just have concerns that we were told we were getting a road to develop this piece, and so I'm personally not comfortable moving forward until this road's addressed. It's a main corridor into it, and that's just where I'm landing with it. And I understand that it wasn't your development or their development who presented the original application, but they presented it as if it was coming in together. And it's tight units. I think it needs to be worked out before we give vested rights to all these units. We just have problems in other parts of the area that just seem to drag on and on and on and on, and we never get the roads we need.
Well, and that's the exact same conversation that I had, pardon, Mayor, that the residents that reached out to me is that they've addressed some other issues with traffic and with other things that, you know, we understand are part of a byproduct of this, but it would be nice to have a little better idea and a little better solution going forward for me as well. Just feel like it's really open-ended.
I know the applicant does believe they have access off of the northern, I'm not sure what the coordinate is off of that. I'll discuss that with them as well, just to bring that to attention.
Council, further comments, further discussion? Would you like to hear from the applicant? Any comments from council before we invite the applicant? If the applicant would like to come forward, the council would be happy to hear from you. And I don't have to remind you to state your name, Brandy. We see you almost every meeting.
Good evening, Council. Brandy Walker, representing the applicant, and we do have the actual applicants here tonight too, so he can kind of weigh in. I guess for a little bit of clarification, thank you, Eldon, for trying to explain. So the NRCS was needing funding. That funding happened. So that's, look at my face. So that's in play. So the ish is because it's based on, so you understand construction. To put a hard date on it would be fantastic, but they believe the NRCS is going to start sooner than 3 months. So once that's in place, the road will immediately begin. So the year to a year and a half is pretty conservative on the developer's part. But something to note, this piece of ground with the townhomes on it, before it goes to where residents will need to access this road, it'll take this parcel that long to develop itself. By the time we get infrastructure, grading alone, because we're in collapsibles, the ponding, it takes so much time. They have to build ponds, wet it, let it penetrate. By the time they put improvements into this development, sewer, water, storm, asphalt pavement, build the actual vertical units to where you have a resident residing with a C of O, it will be, I bet Weatherby Way beats it. So that's the thing. If we hold this off to waiting till Weatherby Way, you're asking these guys to wait a year before they can start doing improvements, which by the time they get a resident there that would be using this road, now you're asking us to build it for adjoining parcels. So I guess that's their concern, is by the time
I
their
understand
vertical's done.
I understand all that. I understand it's going to take time to get your residents. But the concern that I have is we get presented a project and say, this is a whole project. And then it says master developer. Well, the master developer should put in the infrastructure before he sells off parcels to people. I understand it can work together, but if we're not constructing the road right now, if we don't have legal access to this parcel, I'm not comfortable moving forward. We have other parts in the city just north of here that we have the same problem, and we're constantly like, when we get in the road, oh, it's coming, it's in the next phase. And I understand. I work for developers too. You push off the cost as far as you can. I get that until you can get the most revenue out of the houses. I think I'm a little worn out because they told us we were getting the road, and that's why we were okay with starting this, and now we're not. And there's always this, I mean, I understand the NRCS is a different whole thing, but I think we should get the road or legal access, or there has to be something more than just, we think it's coming 3 to 4 or 6 months, ends up 2 years down the road. We've been waiting for 4200 South for 3 years now. And so I'm just not comfortable putting all this density in this corner and not having an access to Fields Road.
Totally understand, but 4200 South, a totally different issue, not the same developer. But there is an email that the representative, the master developer, did send to us in our table time. That was sent to city staff. I don't know if council's received it, but he's the one. They broke down their timeline to build this road. So to say this road isn't started, it's not true. When Sandia moved their greenhouses, those greenhouses were moved in the fall of 2021, well in advance when they sold this property, knowing that Weatherby was going in. Those greenhouses are
Dedicate the
several
land.
months.
Dedicate the land for the road now.
Maybe that's probably a doable thing. I can't speak for them, but if the land is not in the Gibby control anymore, that's why Gibby's moved their greenhouses when the property sold.
Okay, I'm just saying, dedicate the land, and maybe we have to build a temporary road that gets thrown away. We had to do that in Sienna Hills for the auto mall. They built a temporary road that they threw away because they couldn't get timing there to get access and not full build, no utilities.
Okay. Is that something you can do? Dedicate it? Yeah, I mean, timing on that, like, what are you meaning dedicated? By a separate deed of dedication? Because dedicating a road doesn't build the road. Yeah.
No,
I guess that's the thing. We're giving you, from the master developers, giving the city their word in a written format, promising the NRCS is happening. So to hold hostage, I mean, we can say.
Well, I'm not trying to hold you
road.
hostage. Okay. So I'm not trying to hold you hostage. I'm trying to say we were presented a plan and we're not getting what we were told we were getting. So, and I know that's not your fault. Okay. I'm not trying to do that. What I'm saying is that on this section of road, we should be able to get access to these townhomes for this. If it's so that we can get access out, that we dedicate the land all the way out to Washington Fields Road, and if we need to put in some temporary asphalt to get the residents back here, even if it doesn't include utilities, and we have to tear it all out, the auto mall, we plan on trashing that entire width.
So at C of O, and I think Mike's comfortable saying that, at C of O, sure, we'll put an asphalt surface in.
On Weatherby Way.
I mean, I believe that's how confident these guys feel that road is moving forward. I'm not here representing Weatherby Way, but we've been given all the proof that we can get from the master developer. Yeah. That's all we can present to the city. So, I mean, like the build out time on these townhomes, these guys feel pretty strongly that Weatherby Way will be in the ground. And if it's just building a 26-foot wide asphalt surface, is that something you can commit to? Yes.
Can I ask you one other question, Brandy? One other issue that we have during the build out of the actual development is all of the trucks going through the residential neighborhood and tracking mud and everything else. Would those trucks be able to use this temporary dirt road that they own to go in and out to do the dirt work? Or will that all go through the neighborhoods as well because there's not a street?
Theoretically, I know the history out there. I did Steeplechase, which you're super familiar with. They're public streets. So to say construction access can't use them.
No, they are, but I'm just.
But when we did Hoops project, we tried to push, we were required to do a secondary construction access, and then Hoops chained it off, and then neighbors were upset. But I mean, is that doable? Yes, I think so. But to police it is difficult. I mean, I don't.
But we can. I don't know. I mean, I've worked in other developments that you're like, hey, you guys need to go through this construction access.
I believe that we actually put up barricades, which was not normal to say you can't access a public street, but we did to protect those neighbors because they came in such throngs to the city meetings and were super upset about construction access, which.
This is another area, I get that they're city streets, but a lot of the neighbors in this area have been through a lot of construction of small areas for years.
Yeah.
And a lot of mud and a lot of tracking. It's really a.
You said don't live on the damn road right now.
Which, by the way, is making progress.
It'll be so nice.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
construction's
Mike is
wonderful.
gonna fold up that tent pretty soon and be back home. So we are making progress.
I'm building a house currently out in the fields. In fact, I live right by that zone change that was just got approved, and I was struggled to find. I'm downsizing hugely. I have a half acre. I have 6 bedrooms. I have a daughter at home. That's it. My sons are grown, and it was super frustrating for me to not find small residents in the field, but because I want to stay in the fields, I want to stay in Washington. There's nothing available. I don't want a townhome. I want a little teeny property, but I had to sign in my house that the note, there's a whole section on construction. Don't complain to us, don't talk to us. You had to acknowledge it. So maybe they need to beef up there because it's all brand new.
Maybe we can do that as a city, put a no complaint clause
No
for
complaint.
our residents.
Put a sign out there, sign on this piece of paper. Yeah.
I had to.
Buying a resident in Washington, there's no complaining allowed.
So Brandy, what I'm hearing is that you'd be willing to work with those residents, to address some of their concerns. And
Yeah,
they're not all just for mud or for dust or inconvenience. There's some other issues as well out there for those homeowners that would alleviate a lot of their stress if you'd work with them and create that secondary road.
Absolutely. Where Desert Canyon hasn't started development yet above us, I think it'd be easier for everybody to access out to the Fields Road and, yeah, absolutely.
I can tell you, I would really appreciate something like that. This last few days, I've received just a number of emails and calls from residents in areas where construction is occurring, and certainly we're a growing city, and that's to be expected. But that would be very much appreciated from my standpoint.
That windstorm was rough.
It seemed to,
Council, I
make
was
them
thinking
more
if you
aware.
want, this is a preliminary plat, if you want to consider putting a condition that you won't entertain a final plat until, at least that gives them time to start running and doing all of the.
No, I think my condition, I'll kind of outline it and see if the developer's okay with it, is that one of the conditions I'm going to present to the council is that a condition of recording the final plat that either Weatherby Way be fully constructed, or at a minimum, the roadway is dedicated over to the city with at least a 26-foot wide temporary access, but also that the condition that the city's not paying for that road to be constructed just because they dedicated the road right away over to the city.
Asphalt on the temporary access. or-
Asphalt on
Necessary
the temporary
distinction.
access.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I hope that you can get it figured out and get your road built before you final plat. And but if we can't and you want to record, then we're going to have to do a temporary paved access out to it.
Council, any further discussion? It sounds like we've had good discussion on the road, layout, design, other portions of this preliminary plat that have not yet been discussed.
Mayor, I like that solution to go ahead and move forward with it, but before final approval and recording, there needs to be, either that road completed or some kind of temporary access that's paved. I think that's reasonable for both parties.
That would incentivize to get it done.
If council's ready, I'll make the motion.
Please.
Call for a motion on item 7A.
I'll make a motion that we approve the preliminary plat for the Finley Farms Townhome Phase 3, located approximately 4290 South Weatherby Way, with the findings and conditions provided by staff, with the additional condition that prior to final plat of any phase, Weatherby Way either be fully constructed from the southwest corner of the property all the way to Washington Fields, and the roadway be dedicated to the city, and that at the time of full build out, if a temporary road is constructed, that the developer is to pay those costs of those improvements with them or the master developer and not the city.
Okay, we have a motion. Before I call for a second, legal and recorder. Thoughts, or did you get this, recorder and legal? Do we be comfortable with these conditions?
Correct.
And the recorder has the advantage of watching this as many times as necessary to get that done. Okay, we have a motion by Coates.
I'll go ahead and second that.
Second by Martinson. This is preliminary plat. Let's do a roll call vote. Coates?
Aye.
Henderson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Item 7A passes unanimously with the conditions noted and on the record. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move along to item 8, which is ordinances. Item 8A is an ordinance for consideration to approve zone change Z-21-26 PUDC commercial planned unit development commercial. This is approval for the site plan has already been approved. This is approval for the elevation or consideration for approval of the elevation, architecture, and all other design elements. And I believe our community development director, Drew Ellerman, is taking this one, and this is on the corner of Washington Fields Road and 2000 South.
Thank you, Mayor. The item was tabled for a second time with staff asking the applicant to meet with the architectural consultants on the proposed exhibits relating to zone change Z-21-26. The item was moved to the April 13th City Council meeting. We're here tonight again. Before that, we gave them, I think, 4 weeks to go and get that back, but they had not met, from what I understand, with Bill and Will of our consultants, and I still don't think that has happened to my knowledge. Well, I know that they were sent an email, but we'll get that clarified. I haven't heard anything from Bill or Will, and I don't think city manager has, so that's why I'm just I haven't seen anything or heard anything back from the consultants, so.
I don't know if there's been a meeting, but there's been some communication, so.
So we'll go with that. This is what it was sent last week. And so I'll just kind of scroll through. This is basically from the corner of Sandia, 2000 South, and roughly just inside Washington Fields Road on the corner. And this is basically from Sandia, looking northeast with the 3 unit plaza and then the car wash in the background. This is internal of the project, looking directly into the car wash, like you're standing center looking west. And then you can see the store over on the right-hand side there. I mean, the three unit plaza. And here's basically coming in off of Washington Fields Road, just a little bit north of the 2000 South intersection. In an aerial, basically, if you were to hop in our hot air balloon from where since we talked about that earlier tonight, right in that same position, looking at it a little bit above ground. And then an aerial basically from the intersection. Sorry, my pad is very touchy. And that's basically looking westward down Sandia and the project from the corner. And these are the front views of the 3 commercial units, the entrances. Again, the car wash. Front view of the C-store itself. Canopy over the fuel pumps. The sign monument style, which we appreciate. It's not asking for a pole. I'll just have to work with them on setbacks.
Those gas prices are fantastic.
Yeah.
I really like that part of it.
I think you'll have everybody buying gas right now from you, so,
By approval, that's what they have to keep them at, right?
right. It'll always be $3.59. And just back a little ways from the store in the intersection. And I think that's your last photo, so. And there is another exhibit that shows more just, not, the elevations with all the surrounding stuff. It's just the building elevations will pretty much, I think, stay here. You see what those are, so.
Okay, this is not a public hearing. Does the council have any comments, questions, discussion with staff?
I'll just kind of give my thoughts. I think we're getting there. We're getting really close. One thing I kind of wish the gas fuel pumps had kind of a similar look to the building. I don't know how that would look, but not just a standard Sinclair, but that was one of the thoughts I had. I kind of wish the other buildings were too, but I kind of get why they're not, and they're more of a flat roof. So I was comfortable with that, but the gas canopy, and then Drew mentioned the other thing is that sign just needs to move on the corner. But
That's how it was originally. The fuel canopy it had the roof on it.
It had a pitched roof.
And I
yes.
actually like that. I'm just wondering why you guys changed that, or if that's something you would be open to.
We ready for the applicant, more with staff? Applicant, invite you to come forward, answer the question. If you'll remember to state your name.
Bronson Bundy. So we did originally have pitched roof.
There you go.
Is that better?
Thank you.
Bronson Bundy.
Stay out of trouble with the recorder. Thank you.
There you go. So we have met with Bill and Will multiple times. I've probably been in 3 or 4 Zoom meetings with them. Originally, we had submitted this for, I don't know the dates, 3-4 weeks ago. And we had heard there's people wanted flat canopies, people wanted flat roofs, they wanted pitched roofs. So we sat down, we tabled it, I sat down with Bill and Will. We've pretty much taken all of their input that they had given us, minus off the east side of the C-store. They had some stuff built on. Since we have met with you guys, we've met with the canal board. And there is, on that easement, the line was not marked correctly. And they're requiring us 8 feet off of their pipeline. Essentially, their pipeline is on the easement line, on the west line. So that's about the only thing we didn't take into consideration with from Bill and Will. Some other little details. They kind of gave us some drawings and different things, just hand drawings, and we gave them to Derek, and he kind of. So we submitted. I've emailed them, never heard back. So, anyways, that's where we're with that. Canopy, we've heard people want a flat canopy. We've heard people want a pitch canopy. So the other thing is to take in consideration with the changes that we've made from the original that we bring in, the cost is starting to drive way up. I mean, it's a 20% increase is what we're being told right now. We will be honest, the flat canopy is cheaper. So it's just a balance of what we're hearing, and we also have costs associated with it. So that's where we're at.
Further questions?
Yeah, I'll just kind of tell you what I think on it. I really like it. I love the design. I just like it a lot. And I like the hip roof canopy that you had before with that design, but I actually like this better for this design because it doesn't take away from that building. That's a great looking gas station.
It is. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So we have downsized that C-store, just to let you guys know. Originally, we had it at 4,400 square feet. It is downsized, one, because of the design of the station now, and because of the canal pipeline. And then on the site plan, just going back, I know there'd been some input on a bunch of different things. So what we did is if you go, Drew, go to the the double drive-through of the tenant building on the east side, or the west side, excuse me. Anyways, we incorporated a little more landscape. You can kind of see it there where we put some trees up to maybe buffer that a little bit on the very southwest corner of the project. Bill and Will, which Derek, all of us, we would like a little more than 2 feet behind back of sidewalk to the drive-through. But with our building size, we just can't make that work. We can't shift anything to the north. So we did throw in some landscape there to buffer that a little bit and soften it up, if you will. And also we have met with Sean Sullivan Homes, and we're working jointly now on timelines and different things with that. So we feel pretty comfortable with where he's at and where we're at.
Can I ask one more question on the canopy?
Absolutely.
Is the material that you have planned for that fascia metal or stucco?
Metal.
Okay, so the only thing I would recommend, I like the design of the canopy. Is it possible to make that stucco instead of metal to give it more of a homey, softer feel? I mean, that's the only thing that I would recommend. Other than that, I love the design. So
Yeah, maybe match it with the flat roof buildings.
yeah, just it would soften it. It would blend in with the other buildings, and anyway, you know,
Yeah,
and it may not work.
Would the canopy
Yeah.
support the weight? I don't
Well,
know if
that's
it's structurally
I've
sound.
never seen one, and Derek's never designed one or seen one. But I mean, we can definitely look
If
at
possible.
that and see.
I think looks wise that would look good, but I understand there's
Yeah.
some, you know, considerations with engineering and stuff. So
But you can make it work. I'm sure of it.
We've made a lot of stuff happen on this project.
I think it's a good compromise because I wanted to go back to the A pitch, and I know it's expensive, and so maybe that's the median is we just change it from a metal to a something different to help. I don't know. I didn't even think of that till I brought it up.
Any other material?
I just match the building,
Yeah, but
the
he said-
fascia with match the building.
We're willing to look at that. Yeah.
or you could do the standing seam metal around it. That would be lightweight. And it would, I mean, it would be, I don't know. I just think that
Well, just not make it look like a
Yeah.
standard gas station.
I actually, when you mentioned that to me when we spoke earlier, and I thought that was an interesting idea too. It you know, some sort of metal that kind of matches the rest of the look. I thought that was interesting, just so it doesn't look so glaringly gas station in a residential area.
What if you match the roof look? Because there's a metal roof on that building.
Yeah, that was
And
kind of
I'm
the
not-
conversation we were having.
Use the same material.
Yeah.
you know what these guys are talking about, the canopy, if it's kind of your standard gas station, it just kind of, you know, it takes away from I mean, that's a first class looking development, I think. And, you know, my only suggestion would be, you know, just up the game on the canopy, just with the, you know, material.
Councilman, would you be willing to let them take that information and go work on it?
Yeah,
and
I mean,
see what they can bring back, because I think that's.
I don't want to. Oh, yeah.
Darren Snow.
Hi, Darren. Good to see you. You just stand.
Part owner of the project.
You're so much better looking than Bronson. I'm just teasing.
So the canopy, and Derek, he put the Sinclair canopy because we'd like to make it be Sinclair, because they will also help in the finance of that if we use a major brand. But the canopy, envisioned it, if it wasn't going to be Sinclair like that color, if it could be metal like the color of the roof of the C-store, you know, other than I think it would look better than a stucco, a metal. So
It's probably a maintenance issue to that too.
That's just for looks.
Well.
Yeah, and it's definitely maintenance, and it
can catch dirt.
It gets dirty. Yeah. So that's my opinion.
Thank you,
That's just
Darren.
for that can be any color, the canopy.
Further thoughts?
Can I make a comment? It's more of a future comment even than this project, but I want to express a little appreciation to the applicants. We kind of they're our guinea pig for the architectural design process. So we caught them a little bit in the middle of the project. And, I appreciate it's taken them a little bit of extra time and working through our process. We've started, this group doesn't worry about your money. We're not worried
You can
about
stop him anytime.
But I will tell you, just for the future, we have some other applicants that have started. We've started at the very beginning with them, and I think we'll see a much smoother process. Doesn't make your process any better, but I do appreciate what you've done there. And I think they did incorporate as much as was feasible from the position they were at until we get to this point. But I like the comments on the gas canopy. That was really the only outstanding comment that our design team had was that canopy.
Thank you, Jeremy. Councilmember Cashman, do you have additional thoughts on the canopy?
I feel like they've addressed it. I don't think they should have to bring this back again, though.
No, I don't either. I think we can address the color in this and just move forward. They've been very workable with us, and I think it's a good project, and I'm excited for it.
Bronson or Darren, whoever would like, would you maybe just come in for the record, just kind of explain how you understand the canopy so the council's clear before a motion is made?
Yeah, so we're definitely willing to look at the different colors of the canopy that we show, even material. I actually agree with whoever mentioned it, the color of maybe the C-store
roof.
Yeah. So I think that would be a condition that color matches, and you can work with staff on matching the building, the C-store building.
Yeah, he's saying we can match it. I don't know what it'll look like yet. That's what's hard is 50% of the people like it this way and the other 50 like it this way when it comes
Well, I
to
think these
architects.
5 are the ones that matter.
And they are definitely the ones that matter.
At least at this point.
But we can probably make that change pretty quick. Can we just email it to you guys and you guys just give us your input? Are you guys okay with that?
Well, we just need to make it.
Do you want it just that color?
We just need to make a motion
Yeah.
of what we're going to do, or else we have to bring it back. And we're trying
Yes.
to help move you forward
Yeah.
because it's a small
I'll make it
item.
that color.
So Bronson, you could still put your Sinclair signage on it to get the price break correct, even if it's a different color?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Win-win.
So the way I look at it is that we can make it a condition that it's the color that matches the C-store's roof approximately.
Perfect.
And if there's some other color you feel like you just have to
Then
have
we'll
versus
come.
that, you can come back.
All right. Darn.
And that was never a lit canopy, correct? It was never, so we don't worry about
It'll
lighting
have some
or just
interior
interior downward lighting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't have a
And let's
spotlight on
clarify,
top.
it's just the perimeter outside panel right there, right? You're not talking
I'm talking,
underneath.
I'm talking visible items from the road. You don't
So the
see the
ceiling?
top. You don't see, like, I would say it's
You're
the
just saying the
edge and,
banner around
and maybe
the-
it's the panel underneath that's not white, like just the metal paneling that runs around it.
Yeah, because even the white columns would match. It looks like the C-store has
Yeah,
those white columns
yeah,
as
I think
well,
that would look good.
and the brick that would look.
Well, the
nice.
brick and the white, I mean, they're essentially matching. Yeah.
I'm just worried the underneath.
Yeah, the
being
underneath
white.
would match the roof, right? I'm
Well,
assuming.
that's why I wanted to clarify, because I think we're talking about the surrounding panel.
It needs to be white for light reflection, doesn't
The
it?
lighting's better
Okay.
with it, the
That
white.
makes-
That's
that
why I
makes
wanted to make
sense.
sure we had that
It's
as
just the
skirt.
fascia around the edge.
The exterior, yeah, up and down.
Just the fascia is the same color as the roofing material on the C-store.
Yeah, this project is fantastic. And you guys have, like Jeremy said, I mean, thanks for being patient with us and help, we kind of worked through this together and this is going to be great. And I've already had people that live in the fields in the general area say how excited they are to get this in here and, be able to gas up close to their house and come and get some food or whatever. So this is going to be great. So
Sounds like everyone's in agreement on the canopy fascia. Is there anything else to be discussed on this item before calling for a motion?
Move the sign to the northeast. Fuel sign. It's always on the corner in your pictures, and we know that can't go there.
It actually meets the offset.
Does it?
Yeah.
It meets the
Taylor
side
ran that
triangle?
down. We didn't bring him here just because the site plan was already approved, but it's in.
You should bring him once in a while. I haven't seen Taylor forever.
Well,
I know he costs money when you
I
bring
think
him.
yeah. But yeah, it does meet offset.
Further
So we're
discussion?
gonna have another condition for the gas prices, or?
Keep them as is.
I'm looking at you, Darren.
And a dinosaur. Can we bring?
It wasn't that long ago that it was $3.59 a gallon. And all right, seeing no further discussion, I'll call for a motion.
Mayor, I motion that we approve an ordinance for zone change Z20-21-26 PUD-C planned unit development commercial. I motion that we approve the elevation, the architecture, and all other design elements located at Washington Fields Road and 2000 South, with the condition that they make the fascia on the canopy same color as the roof.
Matching.
Matching.
I have a motion by Henderson.
Second.
Second by Martinson. Let's do a roll call vote. Henderson?
Aye.
Martinson?
Aye.
Casperson?
Aye.
Ivy?
Aye.
Coates?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Good luck. Okay, moving along to item 9, new business. Item 9A, just from experience, I've found, and the council has found, that it's great if we have defined roles and assignments. So I felt like there's just been some minor changes. I thought I'd just bring those back to the council and just get your stamp of approval. One of the at our first meeting, when we initially made those assignments, I kept economic development kind of broad. That had been there's this kind of a state, a regional, and then a city element to economic development. As I'm learning on the job and going forward, I'm understanding that that the EDC Utah is a mayoral duty, as well as the regional, which is called So Utah Alliance. That's something that they expect the mayors to be involved with. But one thing that I've had conversation with our economic development director, Rusty Hughes, and that was to reinstate our Washington City Economic Development Advisory Committee. And so we're to the point now where we're in a position to move forward with that committee. And so I'm going to recommend here in just a moment that we add a council member to serve on that committee, and possibly another one down the road, but we're going to start getting some traction on that. So I just wanted to clarify those assignments on economic development. I had been serving on the Washington County, the HAC, it's kind of a subcommittee, the Community Land Trust Committee. I was not able to attend that at one point, and Jeremy covered for me on that. They liked him and his input on that much better than me. And I was happy to take another thing off my plate. So where this has been a council or a mayor or council assignment, I'm scratching that and have asked Jeremy to serve in that role. And he actually provides some really good insight and institutional knowledge on how to make that be very effective as they tackle from another angle that Councilman Ivy's been working on, but from a separate angle, attainable, affordable housing. So I just wanted you to note that that's been stricken. And then the county has invited me and asked me to serve on the HCAC and also on the Washington County Water Conservancy District Board of Trustees. So I just wanted to update those. Councilman Coates has done a great job there with the Washington County Solid Waste Board, and then moving to the executive committee, and then being asked to chair that committee. So I just wanted to make sure that that's on the record, and it's entirely appropriate that he served there and he represents Washington City because of so many of the issues that we're tackling and that he's being the point on. And so really appreciate his leadership there. So I just want to make sure that that's pointed out, that he's the chair of that committee. And then had some really good conversations with Councilmember Henderson, and have invited him to serve on the Economic Development Washington City Advisory Committee. So anyways, just is there any discussion, comments, thoughts on that? Otherwise, I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. We move forward with the as outlined by the mayor.
Perfect. Have a motion by Coates.
I'll second.
Second by Martinson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And let me just also take this opportunity to, I don't know why I'm getting chills as I say this, but I have observed each of you as you represent Washington City in your various duties. And I just want to commend you on each of you polling in the same direction and just representing Washington so well. This is a really exciting time, and it's great to have informed, educated, prepared council members. Enough from me. Let's move on to item 10, which is report of officers from assigned committees. Can we start on your end, Councilmember Martinson?
Sure. It's great because it's already listed right here, right? And I'll just report, there's not a whole lot of, the community education channel has given a budget, and I was unable to attend the last meeting, but they will have another meeting where they'll review the budget again for next year. Flood control has not had a meeting. They told us they wouldn't have a meeting probably till May or June anyways. The investment audit committee, we just went through that, and then the employee board of appeals haven't had much of anything on that one. So not much to report there, but the youth council, they did have recently had interviews because, as we may or may not know, the outgoing seniors have the opportunity to interview each of the individuals, the youth that have put in their application to be on youth council. That happened a couple of weeks ago, and the youth did a phenomenal job. Carmen and I just sat upstairs and let the youth kind of do their thing, and then went and talked with them afterwards. And it was just, it's an amazing thing to see these youth grow and progress in their capacity that they have. And they're constantly helping when they're asked to help. They've helped with a lot of events. The most recent was the Chamber Gala. They were asked to help serve and clean up and do all of that, and they were there. And then waiting on next council meeting, I'll have the date for their graduation, which they will invite us to. They were going back and forth, and they've got a lot of year-end school events that are conflicting. So they've got to vote on a date where they can have that, but I'll let everybody know when that is so that we can attend if we're able.
Quick question can I ask the councilman a quick question? So did Carmen actually cut anyone this year, or did she keep everyone again?
They actually, it was a really good discussion in the youth where we let the youth kind of make that decision, and they actually did decide to keep everybody that applied, which was actually, I think it increased by 1, if I'm not mistaken. So not a huge increase, but it'll be still feasible to accomplish that.
Thank you.
Are you seeing a balance between Pineview and Crimson, or is it getting lopsided one way or another?
Oh, it was a good balance between Pineview and Crimson.
Great. Well, I know that keeps you busy. It's a perfect place for you, Councilman.
I love it. Thank you.
That.
Mayor, staff tries really hard to make sure that council member Martinson has nothing to report from the Board of Appeals.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, he may or may not be on my short list for additional assignments. He kind of knows that, I think. Councilmember Henderson.
I'd like to just give a shout out to the Planning Commission. Those guys are fantastic. I mean, they are just a good group, very knowledgeable. They treat the residents with respect and dignity, and with Drew and Thad and that, I mean, it's fantastic. And so every time I go to the meeting, I'm just like, I learn a lot there. I mean, they're just a good group between all of them. And in fact, after the last meeting, Councilman Coates texted me, and he had watched it, and he said, "Oh, these guys are fantastic. I love our commission." And I said, they're
It was
great.
a great
So,
meeting, for sure. So I was just like, oh, I'll let Brett know but it was definitely I think we got a good group going. Yeah. We've struggled in the past on planning, and I think we've done a good job getting the right people there. So just got to keep up the good work, and will you let them know next time that we really appreciate that they are doing, and we are watching, and we appreciate.
Yeah, it's a good crew.
Their good work.
Yeah. And there may be a few little assignments that this council wants to let them tackle, especially if there are some ordinances or some land use discussions, and they may be able to do some of the heavy lifting before it comes to us. But great. Anything else? Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Coates.
All right, so I don't have anything to really mention on Power Board. It's standard business there. Just expect higher rates this summer is the keep repetitiveness I keep getting with the current market. I think our staff's doing a great job of making sure they buy at the appropriate time, and Rick's doing a good job on that, and I know Jeremy watches that as well, unless you have anything to cover on that.
Let me just make one comment. We don't anticipate any rate increases. We just anticipate the cost of power.
Oh,
is
thank
higher
you.
this summer.
Sorry, not
Just-
rate increases.
just so
just-
Maury doesn't.
That's right. Sorry.
He's watching.
I need to be a little more clear. Yes, it's just the rate that we are paying, but not in rate increases to our residents. So not yet. Yeah. So yeah, next item is on the solid waste board. So we are looking at getting some bonding for the entrance, the gates and everything. The gate and the building out there is just, it's really outdated and old, and it's like you come into the entrance and it's a hard right turn, and trucks have to take the whole road. So they're looking at redoing the whole entrance to the landfill. So they're looking at some bonding mechanisms. I went this week with the manager to the CIB fund with the county, with the 5 counties, and they go through a list, and everyone submits their projects and what they want to do, and then it gets prioritized down the list, and we were number 4 on the list to get that funding. They're requesting $15 million for the project. It's really good rates through the CIB. It's community, Jeremy knows it, Community Impact Board. So it's I wasn't even aware of it until I got invited to come. So it was a great learning experience for me. But as the chair, they're like, you have to come. And I'm like, all right, I guess I'll be there. And I just listened and let the manager talk, but understand that we're trying to make it a better landfill and more efficient because it gets backed up every week. We're trying to have multiple lanes that they can come in, have different, but it's just, the site's not set up for it now. So they're working on getting that design, but they estimate about $15 million to do the project. We're looking at a phased approach, but it depends if we get some good bonding, we might be able to do more than not. So it's just wanted to let you know that's coming down the pike. But it was exciting that we were 4th out of like 10 or 12. So the only other one that trumped us was there's a spring it's at Tokerville, I can't remember, Laverkin, their hillside's falling off over there. So they were number 1, and then number 2 and 3 were some other towns were asking for funding for fire trucks and those kind of things, and they were safety, so they got priority over this one. But this, they did bump us to 4th, which was nice over some other items. So, and then the other item I want to bring up isn't a committee assignment, but some of you know, some of you don't know. About a year and a half ago, when I first got on council, I worked on getting the youth force program with the community center. So what the program is we're shooting for a demographic of like 12 to 16 that could go take some courses and learn some stuff and go through a program, and then potentially get a program like interning with another group and moving forward. We ran one round of it, and the thing that we found is the demographic we got was 14 to 16-year-olds, which is right in the middle of where we're shooting for. But the problem we found is that we just had nowhere to put them after they were done with the program. And so I went back and talked with Barry and Jeremy and the staff, and we kind of looked at, hey, what's working, what's not? Is the program even worth moving forward? And so the steps that we wanted to move forward, and Barry's like, hey, I've got lots of jobs at the community center, but I mean, he hasn't identified exactly which ones, and I need to get with Ben Ray and talk about what jobs are appropriate and kind of have a list. But I know Jeremy's been working on it for me, but one of the things we have is our ordinance as a city is we don't allow our hiring under 16. So we want to, and I know Jeremy and Ruth are going to work on it and figure it out. I'm just letting you know that there's going to be an ordinance that I'm trying to bring forward so that we can actually give them a place so they can go hire them for ref jobs or those kind of things. And the whole goal is, hey, if you want to do this program, we want you to do this program to get a job. But you're going to teach a basic thing like interview skills, how you talk to someone, how you dress to come to your interview, what you should do on your job, not just, and kind of give them some help. And I think it helps with just giving them another input besides their parents. And so I thought it was a good program, and we'll see if it works. And if it doesn't, we'll just move on. But I think we're going to give it another shot, and I think it'll be successful. So I just want to get the council aware of that.
I like that.
Appreciate your input there, Councilman. Good job. Keep it up. Let's move on to Councilman Ivy.
Yes, Mayor. We had a meeting with Public Safety, myself and City Manager, Chief Evans, Chief Williams. We had a great meeting, talked about a lot of very important things in our city, and just want to mention a few of those. For the fire department, they had mentioned some fire calls, overlapping calls. That's where they're out on one call, another one occurs, and trying to plan for those and to have contingencies in case they're out and there's another call at that same time. Fire also talked about future firehouse needs to stay within the 5-mile rule. Had a good talk with them. And then Chief Williams shared with me and asked me to invite the community to help with the Washington City Police Department in a community cleanup. What is your date now? Okay. No, stay tuned for that. We'll let you know when that comes online. And so anyway, that cleanup will be brought forward at a future time. And then the last one of the other things that we mentioned was we talked about using the city phone number 656-6300 for after hours non-9/11 emergency power and water calls. There's been some confusion a little bit on who to call, and we would like you to just call our city manager day and night, but this number might be good to put on the fridge, 656-6300. Then in the Arts Committee, we have been working diligently after receiving some direction from the council on finding space for the Arts Committee to meet. They have needs for storage, they have needs for display, and for everything that you would imagine that an Arts Committee would need. We've worked hard. We've been unable to find any space right now. So what we're looking at right now, and I'll share this with the council all at once where we had talked about it before, is that the Arts Council has showed or demonstrated a lot of interest in using the old school gym in conjunction with the other entities that use it, like Lions Club. And oh, have you moved from there? Okay. Oh, you're in this side now. Okay. Well, anyway, whoever is still using that, but we understand the lease is up here at the end of May on that current commitment, and we look forward to bringing that forward and discussing that. The Arts Committee continues to grow. They're doing great things, and we're excited their contribution to our community. For Hillside Review, we went out on Solis. That is the high ground between here in Coral Canyon. They're just off the freeway. The topic of discussion was the road that you've seen that's traversed that hill for many years. There is a need now to improve that road, and it did entail going through the hillside. So we met and we discussed that. It was a really good discussion. We started out at the base of the hill and looked up and had a discussion then on the top of the hill, and we looked down on it, and the committee discussed the proposal, pointing out fill areas, existing cuts, scarring already in existence, native vegetation, and color schemes for the given area. The committee discussed other hillside cuts in the area to the north that are not concluded in this proposal, but will be looked at in the future. The committee also reviewed the proposed trail system in conjunction with the roadway and how the proposed trail blends in with the city's future trail plans. So the discussion that we had, and the most detailed conversation on this, was that by creating a fill on top of that plateau, I don't know if you've noticed or not, but that fill actually created a scar. And we discussed with the developers there on what they're thinking, and they're thinking of using 6- basalt to blend that back in. And
they said they were going to landscape it when we brought through the preliminary plat.
Yeah.
So that was part of the preliminary plat, was that, hey, we asked him, when we noticed that
this is the scar on top of the hill.
Yeah, we noticed that there was a lot of fill, and that they needed to address it, and they said they were going to. So I'm glad that it was brought up.
Ethan, do you have anything, Eldon, do you have anything to add to that? I understood that what we discussed that night, that it was going to be the 6- to fill it in. Maybe we need to check on that. The discussion we had that day was more that they would fill that with native rock there. So we'll check on that.
Well, I'm not saying what it has to be, but my next question is, they're supposed to come back to us for approval of that road.
That's right.
So just because the hillside said something, that's their recommendation, like the planning commission, and then we have to approve it.
Approve it from there. Yep.
Yeah, Councilman, I'll just add, the rep from Gilbert who's doing all that also said, well, and he also did mention we're going to do everything we can to match the other side as well. So hopefully it'll be a mix of, because they do have vegetation over there, and that's, so I'm going to kind of hold them to that. You said you're going to match here, so
yeah,
let's get everything we can.
And we
there,
discussed
so.
what that basalt rock needed to be to blend in. But anyway, we discussed that, what I call a scar, that horizontal scar at the top of the hill that was created by the fill. We need to make sure that blends in when they're done. They talked about the roadway and how to make sure that transitions nicely. I think that's everything on that. I have discussed with the mayor having an agenda item in the coming weeks or months regarding the review of the hillside ordinance, and try to discuss and share out exactly what that entails and see if the council has any guidance. We're finding that in several of our recent meetings that there has been violations of the hillside ordinance, and it's becoming prevalent, I guess I could use that term. But I think what it would entail is us understanding, the details of the hillside ordinance, and then sharing that out with developers and understanding that this is very important to us, that these guidelines are followed, and then drilling down on the ordinance and making sure that it does everything that we want it and need it to do going forward. So anyway, more to come on that. And the last thing, again, this is not a committee of mine, but I presented the land bill from Senator Lee. I actually took the comments back to Senator Lee's staff in detailing this bill after we were concerned about red tape and about ownership and ongoing ownership. I look forward to bringing those final comments back to the council again and discussing those concerns. In my estimation, they've all been addressed. Senator Lee recognized that the bill needed to be very upfront and direct to address the concerns that we have. The bill was proposed to Congress last Thursday. A press release went out, and there's already shows to be a lot of support. Of course, this needs to be a nationwide effort. We need all of the senators in the U.S. Senate, the House, to vote on this to pass it. But it's been very good so far, and I appreciate the comments that was made by this council. They actually listened, and they actually addressed some of those concerns going out. So, Mayor, with that is all I have.
Chief Williams.
Councilman, I apologize for not getting you that new date for that cleanup. It was originally scheduled for April 19th. However, that's now been moved to May 24th at 9 a.m. Okay. And we'll meet at the Kenyon Park at Hellhole Trail. So, and then we're going to work from that point up over Highland towards the landfill.
So will you have the bags, or what?
We'll provide the bags, the vests. We just need some manpower.
Okay. And if you'll share that out with me again, I can get an email out on that.
We'll get that flyer updated and share that, and we'll post it on our social media stuff as well.
Okay, so, great.
Thank
Chief,
you.
Thank you.
And on our calendars as well, please. Tara.
Tuesday, May 24th.
No.
Wonderful. Good update there. And that bill, I think, has the potential to benefit our community and several other communities. And appreciate you working on all those fronts. Councilmember Casperson.
All right. Well, I'll begin with we did our active transportation tour last week, and I'm happy to report that we didn't need emergency services. Brett was worried about that. And I'm actually going to be working through our ordinance to update something that Chief Williams brought to attention, that we have an ordinance that prohibits individuals from riding a motor assisted scooter on our sidewalks. And so our mayor was actually breaking the ordinance at the active transportation tour.
My partner in crime was Brian.
Also, you're on the road most of the time. And then I know, Mayor, you already talked a little bit about the Cotton Days. And I'm really excited about all the events that are planned. And you can actually go to cottondays.org, and there's they need volunteers and help with this. And I have so much respect for all the people that are involved with this and all that they do to make it just such a great event for our community. And so you can go to cottondays.org, and then there's a place at the bottom if you scroll down for volunteer opportunities. And so they're always looking for help for that. And then it has all the different activities on cottondays.org that you can go to for that. And then on the Washington City Historic Preservation Commission, I already kind of mentioned earlier that they're looking to get more plaques to be able to recognize different historical places here and kind of to tell the story of our heritage and, honor that. So
I was thinking maybe you and I can work together with that committee on some of the monument signs for Old Dixie Highway. That might fit right into some of the things you're already working on.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Anything else?
That's all for me.
Great. So I can share just a few quick updates. Expect another swearing in on April 27th. It'll be a new battalion chief in our fire department. So it was good to be part of that hiring committee, and Chief Evans was very thorough and did a great job in that process. And appreciate all the candidates for that. I'll keep you in a little bit of suspense to see who that is, but I think you'll all be impressed. We talked about economic development, talking water, just a couple of things. Sand Hollow is 20 years old. So the district and others are celebrating Sand Hollow's 20th anniversary, and they're also just bringing public awareness to the reliance that we have on infrastructure for water, whether it be reservoirs and pipes and those things that we take for granted. But certainly without that reservoir and others, we wouldn't be able to have the lifestyle we have here in the desert. A couple of interesting facts about Sand Hollow is it is the number one visited state park in Utah, and it contributes millions of dollars to our local economy. And sometimes I have a hard time wrapping my head around acre feet of water. So in gallons, Sand Hollow carries 17 billion gallons of surface water, and the Navajo sandstone aquifer that it sits on contains 98 billion gallons. So we do have a savings account that doesn't lessen the need for us to continue to promote conservation, because we are in drought going on 17 of 21 years in a row, and our snowtail, the watershed that's coming off the snow on the mountains is considerably low and below average. So we do have concerns there. On May 19th, the state and the district are promoting what they call a flip blitz, which is basically removing non-functional turf across the state. So we have a couple of projects identified within Washington. And then the district is moving forward with the Ash Creek and Toker reservoir. We had a presentation on the dam that they would build, and some of the engineering that continues to be ongoing and a little bit challenging, but nothing. I think we can continue to be able to move forward with the Toker reservoir. And then let's see. Lastly, I just want to bring attention to, and we had a pretty big tragedy last Saturday. We had two cyclists that were struck by an impaired driver on Telegraph, on East Telegraph, near Coral Canyon Boulevard. And so I just want to make a call and, continue to try to bring awareness to, there's just no tolerance for impaired or distracted driving. We have more and more cars on the road at this time of year. I know I echo some of the words and wisdom that our police chief has shared with us, but we have to just slow down, be patient, plan more time, and enjoy the ride, and really just be aware of whether it be cyclists or scooters, and really even also just trail safety. We've had some incidents on a number of fronts, so I want to just try to bring attention to that, and also just on from the mayor and council to our first responders, we just want to recognize and appreciate the way you've handled the situations, whether it be downed aircraft or pedestrian cyclist crashes or whatever it may be. But you, along with your brothers in the fire department, we recognize and appreciate the work that you do, and we're on your team with trying to keep this community safe. On that note, we'll move to item 11, City Manager Report.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of items. We're watching our building permits. We're seeing some interesting things with the supply chain and people having a difficulty, but it isn't affecting our building permits at this point. March, we issued 84 new building permits for single-family homes. So we're staying about on pace with last year, just a little behind, but we're not seeing a drop-off. We are concerned about reinspection rates, so this is something we're looking to address. Although our permits are similar, we've had 25% more inspections this year than last, and our reinspection rate is about 40%, meaning that for every inspection that they do, 40% of those they have to go back and reinspect. And so we're looking for ways that we can work with the home builders and with SUBA to address that. It's something that's becoming more of an issue as we go. I would report on our sales tax. Our March remittance was again really strong. It was 14% higher than the same period last year. So that's another thing that we watch as far as the health of our retail sector in the community. And Councilman Coates alluded to it, but Ruth and I have finished a 10-year update of the personnel policy. So the next step will be to take that to our outside attorney that handles personnel issues for his review, and then we will bring it to you. We're going to try to race the landscape ordinance and see who finishes first. So we'll bring that to you.
The one I want, right?
What's that?
The one I want.
Yeah, they got a 2-month head start, but I think we still might make it. So we'll see. But yeah, see, your changes are incorporated, and a bunch of other changes. Actually, some of them that we've already made and approved at this body, but we want to update the policy. And the other change to that, when we do this, we used to budget about $7,000 to have new policy manuals printed, and we plan to just do it online this year so that it can be updated anytime we have an adjustment, and we don't have to do it every 10 years at a higher cost. So those are some things that are happening, and that's all I have, Mayor.
Great, thank you. I think we all look forward to reviewing that personnel policy and those changes there. We do not have a need to go into closed session this evening, so we'll move on to adjournment.
So moved.
I have a motion by Coates.
Second.
Second by Martinson. All in favor? We are adjourned.